Hello. I'm just making sure the audio is working. I haven't streamed in like months. Is everything good? Is the mic good? Is anything too loud? Let me know. Hey Molly, did you see my Discord post? Your voice is quiet compared to music? Okay. How about this? Is this good? Make yourself louder. Alright. How about this? Is this good? Okay. There we go. Got it. I made the music louder when I did the second thing. I mean, I made my voice louder, and I kind of tweaked the desktop audio a little bit. Yo, is this Yume Nikki music? Yeah, it is. It's for Shroomy. I might have seen your post, yeah, Shroomy, but I haven't gotten around to it. Turn down music slightly. Okay. Okay, there we go. Gender. Alright, there we go. By the way, hello Half-Bred. I wasn't thinking you'd join, but hello. You could read my post on stream? I might. I haven't streamed in a while, so if I'm a little bit slow. Also, how do you have less lag and more production value than my streams? Teach me your secrets. I mean, if you mean like the delay between like the actual chat and the stream, it's just the latency. I just made it like ultra low. I think it's one of the settings you could do for the stream. Molly VTuber arc when? I've been in my VTuber arc. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, hello. Not really sure what else to say to start off. Hello, it's been over a month since part 2. I'm kind of getting settled in a little bit, so if I'm a little, like, scattered to start, then be patient with me. Why so Molly? We're not starting that here! Why so Molly? The stars. I'm making breakfast at 7 PM. We love to see it. Take care, Half-Bred. Oh, hello, Redhead. Well, Half-Bred was here, but now they're making breakfast. Thank you, Scrumblow. I'm glad you feel that way. I feel like... Should I make it even quieter for my own sake? Just... Molly question, which deltarune lightener would you spend a day with? I mean, probably Chris, honestly. I think we would just, like, go around fucking... What would we... I think we'd play the shit out of Minecraft together for a day. I think that'd be cool. Out of Minecraft. Just make dinner and Half-Bred is making breakfast. Half-Bred's just like that, man. They're a very interesting person. Alright. If you were forced to kill, cook, and eat Birdly, what dish would you make out of his body? I don't know. I don't know what I would... Would I do this? I mean, I would be forced to, I guess, is the thing. But if I just simply wasn't forced to? If I was forced to, then no, I wasn't. Do you like omelets? I love omelets. Alright. I have not streamed since, like, June, so it's gonna take a bit for me to really get into it, but it's already been 10 minutes. I forgot how fast the fucking time flies when you're like on the streamer end of this, but fuck it. Hello. May as well put this on now. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I think to start off, I'd like to just say I apologize for not doing the streams sooner. I was planning on doing them like maybe like 2 weeks, maybe after Part 2 released, but right after Part 2 released, I ended up taking some days off to stay at another place to look after the dogs, and then I went back here, and I realized, I have a lot of other shit I would like to do, and to just kind of rest for a while, so I kind of took this month off, honestly, which I can't say I'm surprised I did. I said this a lot in a lot of the other posts, and I think I said this in the comments and like just in general. Part 2 was a huge fucking video. What kind of dogs do I have? I mean, I only have one dog, but I was looking after a relative's place for a while, but I'll apologize for having stuff to do and not having the time to dedicate 6 hours to read words on my screen. Also, oh shit, we got our first super chat from my friend Rainy. I'm gonna get to that in a moment, but I'm gonna try to keep up with chat. On August 20th, 2015, The Redacted will begin uploading to their channel, initially about a fan game, Sonic Dreams Collection, and the potential secrets within it. A game review series would begin I wonder what that's about. But, yeah, I only have one dog at my place. I was looking after other dogs at a relative's. They are Russian toy terriers. Yeah, I more or less kind of just took this month off, honestly. Molly explained the QR code in the last device theory video. I will get to that in a moment. But I kind of had to just take this month off, and I need to learn how to actually take care of myself like Molly does. I mean, I just did it spontaneously. This is the thing, like, I'm a workaholic, but, like, after finishing a video like Part 2, it's just, like, I feel like I just kind of, like, gave in for a while. I'm like, fuck it, I need to rest. Okay, Molly, I gotta go back to work laying eggs. I hope your stream is good. Take care, Rainy. Yeah. I love how my other friend voice is just like, no, she doesn't. I mean, I do try to take care of myself. I mean, I at least attempted to in this past month. I think for me it was less like, it was a mix of taking care of myself, but also kind of sort of like more so physical burnout. Like, I think mentally I was like really motivated still. I'm still very motivated to work on a bunch of shit, but I was like, you wouldn't think working on a video would leave you like physically like fucking like wiped for a while, but goddamn. Part 2 just fucking I had to like take a good bit to like kind of like cool down, not really think about working on anything for a while. But wakes up at 5 p.m. Yeah, I'm not far off from that. I wish Pat's self-care skills were real. I worry for you guys sometimes. I woke up at 8 p.m. once. Yeah. On very rare occasion, I'll wake up dummy late. I think there was a time I woke up at like 6 or 7 before. OMG, Andrew, hi. Actually, now that Andrew's here, there might be a thing there might be a comment I have to show, and it was a very recent one, but I'm like curious what Andrew's take on it would be, but that'll be once they get there. I do appreciate all of the comments and support so far in the chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. God. But yeah, I was originally intending on streaming like I think a few weeks after Part 2, but considering I had some stuff in my real life I kind of wanted to sort out as well, that kind of took my focus, and in general, I had a lot of just stuff this month I felt was kind of like warranting some time to get away from working on stuff. Who is Andrew? Andrew Cuttingham, a fellow deltarune theory person and also game developer. But yeah, I took a couple of weeks off, and I could go over the video, honestly, just what's been going on since then. I released part 2, like, I think on August 25th, 2023, and, I would like to talk about the video, actually, for a bit, because, wow, I mean, I mentioned already, that video took a fucking lot out of me, but, by far, I'm just gonna say it already, I'm probably never making a video as big as part 2 again. Like, I think 90-minute videos, it's like, you know, they take a bit out of me, but, like, I can usually manage pretty okay after finishing one of those. Part 2, part 2, that was a... How many fucking minutes? Like, 150-minute long video? Slightly over that? Split everything into small itty-bitty pieces. I mean, it would work. The thing is, Red, like, that would totally work, because, like, you know, I guess, like, for more views and more engagement, but... Man, I don't know how I would split it into, like, 10-minute videos is the thing. Or 20-minute videos. Like, I think with a video like that, with a series like this, it's just kind of like, I would rather just do, like, 3 big parts, and kind of, you know, make it all, like, cinematic and shit. Yeah, like Andrew said, it's just, like, it would definitely be easier to do that, but I think with device theory specifically, it's just one of those things I had no idea, like, how I could split that up more than I already did. Don't follow the trap a lot of YouTubers fall into, of, like, I gotta one-up myself. Yeah, I don't want to, like, fall into that. Like, I mean, I can't believe I watched a 2.5-hour vid. I'm impressed I could get your attention for that long, Half-Red, honestly. I'm very glad that my videos kind of just have that effect, honestly. Divide part 3 into 1-second clips, yeah. Yeah, guys, part 3 is actually just gonna be a bunch of shorts now. Sorry about that. Or, I guess, celebrate, I don't know. Totally, it's just gonna be, like, just a bunch of shorts now. It's not gonna be it's not gonna be an 1.5-hour long video. But, yeah, I think with part 2, I'm very... The thing is, I mean, the thing I'm shocked about is not how long part 2 was. It's how I got it out as soon as I did. I released part 1 in June of... No, not June, May. I released part 1 in May, and 3 months later I come out with a video that is, like, that times, like, 0.75% of its size. Which is, like... I don't know how I managed that, but... I mean, like, I think in general, like, I took the break this month mostly because, like, it's not even just part 2, but just, like, this has been, like, my most productive summer in a while. I have spent pretty much every day in that summer, like, either working on part 2 or on one of my personal projects, so it took a fucking while to... Not even that it took a while, but, like, I pretty much was, like, not... I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this, but... Pretty much all of July and a good chunk of August, I was just, like, working on like either the video or, like, on another thing. So considering I took, like, 2 fucking months of, like, work straight to just work on stuff, and then, like, this month off, I think it just kind of made sense. You good? Yeah, I'm good. I just haven't streamed in a while. I'm getting back in the mood, and there's a lot I want to talk about, so it's like that, and also probably definitely, like, ADHD is, like, you know, my brain's, like, very scattered right now, but I'm gonna try to be focused soon. Then again, we're not in any rush. I'm all good to just, like, fucking talk to chat for a while. I might be too exhausted to stay. Yeah, it's no pressure. What is device theory in a sentence? Horrible question to ask to someone who is, like, very bad at keeping things concise, but I'm gonna try to think of a way to put it in a sentence. I mean, I mean, I guess the way I said it in part 1 streams was the menus are diegetic and that's important. I guess that's the closest I can say with like what the device theory is, or at least like an aspect of it. The ARG got me to join the Patreon. Thank you. I did notice you joined the Patreon really recently, and I really appreciate the support. Thank you. The mindset of, oh, I took a break, how horrible. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say like, oh, I apologize for taking a break. I fucking needed the break. I needed like a good while to just like rest, because I think with the I think the obvious question right now, as it was with part 1 stream, is when I started, was like, you know, what's part 3 gonna be like, or when is part 3? At this point, I think the other theorists are like fucking going crazy right now. Our current economic system makes content creation a more viable career path with people with ADHD. That is true. I completely agree with that. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't even feel bad about taking a break, honestly. It's just more so like, oh yeah, it would have been nice to like get in the groove of streaming sooner, but also I don't feel bad for taking a break, because like, again, after part 2 I fucking needed it. That was very much like, I'm not sure how I would have like fared if I like just went straight for working on more stuff. I don't know if I could have physically managed, honestly. Like, I felt like some exhaustion for a while. The autumn newsletter kind of sucked, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, I think the main reason why I rushed, well, I didn't rush it, but I was working so much on part 2, was kind of because like I was not sure what the fuck this anniversary was gonna be like. I didn't know if there was gonna be something big, or if there was gonna be something that would like add to the theory. But yeah, I mean, ultimately the autumn newsletter was pretty much more of the same. I think that was the point where I realized, yeah, it's been a year, and chapter 3 has been almost done for like almost a year. I'm sure there's like a bit of development hell going on, or just, you know, working on a more gameplay focused chapter is going to take longer than their standard kind of chapter. Do you think that some other games can be used for deltarune theorizing? That is a thing I might do in part 3. I won't say too much on that, but that is an idea. Oh yeah, by the way, with the model, last time when I was streaming with this, my GTA 6 is gonna release before, maybe not, I don't know. I know it's in development right now, but if it's gonna release before that, I have no idea. I'm gonna try to get to the questions. I'd say right now, for now, hold your questions, because I'm gonna be trying to just get through all the introductory stuff, but I'll try to respond to chat when I can. But I mean, yeah, the autumn newsletter was kind of more of the same, really. We did get a lot of cool merch, though, a lot of cool cozy merch, so like I got some of the stuff from that. Yeah, I'd say like I'm ultimately very glad I took a break this month. I think one of the reasons that I think one of the reasons that I like decided to just like be so quick with part 2 was because I had no idea what this anniversary was gonna be like. I know for like the average fan, it was probably very underwhelming and was just kind of like, yeah, it's kind of more of the same. But honestly, I feel like for theorists, I could probably speak for them when I say that it's probably the biggest fucking like sigh of relief I've ever like let out in a while. Yeah, exactly, bro. Because it's just like, I mean, I didn't think a new chapter would drop. I just like, but I was like, you know, what if like another sweepstakes happens? What if another thing happens and like suddenly like we have to account for a whole bunch of new shit? I would have gone insane. Yeah, Andrew, that whole fucking story that Toby wrote like about the concert was just like, it felt like weirdly natural. I feel like Toby, something is very funny about this, because you look at the newsletter and actually, fuck it, let me show, hang on, let me do something. I wanted to show this because there was a new Toby Fox's Secret Base volume that was released, and I have to show this because you look at the fucking newsletter, and then you look at this, and it's just like, how is this the same person? very small, like, tangent, but I have to show this because it's making me fucking lose it. Okay, yeah, my model's in the way of it, but hang on. Fucking... What was the one that he fucking... This. You look at the newsletter, then you look at this. Just imagine if to make room for your company's presentation materials, you had to delete all the images of river idols off your flash drive. What would you do? In the world of the flash drive, a moving piano song like Kamsoso Todd from the Evangelion movie begins to play as clipboard people that look like Urasatoya appear and chase after the sexy idols. Each scream vanishes one by one when touched by their smooth cartoon hands. At the end, only cheerful cartoon animals and depictions of office workers remain. A large number of bras lay at their feet. Is this what you imagined because of my game? If you were to think about something like this because of my work, I would be very glad. How does a human think of this? Like, it makes me lose my fucking mind, but it's so funny. But... yeah, just wanted to show that because I've been thinking about that fucking thing all day. Straight people's reaction to the BL thing? Oh yeah, what was Jar's reaction to that? I didn't see. That's the sort of response I would give if I was sleep deprived. Yeah, I believe that. I think BL is referring to the thing from the newsletter, because like at the end of like the story that Toby told about the concert, he was like some guy came up to me and hugged me from behind, and someone said BL is starting as a joke. I think it just means like boys love, yeah. Oh yeah, that was Beat Mario, right? But yeah, I think to get back on the main topic, long and short of it is, I sort of apologize, but not really, for not doing streams sooner. But hey, we're doing one now, so I think that counts for something. And I think with part 2, I was really quick with it because I wanted to make sure that I got it out before the anniversary and didn't have to make it already even bigger than it already was. Look at how fucking long part 2 was. It was ridiculously long, so... I don't know how I would have been able to fit anything else in it, honestly. Yeah, like, I don't really apologize necessarily, but it's more so like, oh hey, this is why I kind of just took the whole month off, though I feel like it's also obvious why, because holy shit. I'm never making a video like part 2 again. That video was only supposed to be like an hour and 40 and an hour and 50. That was not supposed to be like 2 hours and 30 minutes long, but the corrections and... like a couple of other things, like the intermission segment, like made it ridiculously packed. So it definitely took a while to it took a lot out of me to really finish it, but I'm glad I did, and people seem to enjoy it a lot. So it took me a while to learn not to lose my scripts to corrections. Yeah, I think after a certain point, like, I mean, I dedicate a specific segment to them. But after a certain point, it's just kind of like, hey, I can't fit all of these into one video. I gotta just say, like, and maybe in a comment or something, yeah, I'm aware of this, and move on with my life. But, yeah, I think that's about it. I took this month to maybe slowly kind of, plan out some other ideas of mine, creatively wander a little bit, and, just kind of take a good bit to like rest and think about what to do. And currently the main things I've been working on have been obviously, doing the streams, and also trying to get to captions. So I already finished captions for the Patreon video, but I am currently kind of chipping away at the part 1 captions. So yeah, that's kind of where I am currently. Yeah, okay, I honestly think it's really cool to see fellow trans people go out there and make scripted content with their voice. Yeah, honestly, I feel like if, me going out and doing stuff with my voice and doing voiceover helps other people, that may be, like, similar to my situation, kinda like, be more confident to kind of go out and do it themselves. I'm really glad about that too. I feel like honestly, like, I mean, there's times where, you know, like, I get a bit of flack for, like, the way I present myself, but it's also just, like, I don't really care because I enjoy how I present myself anyway. I like my voice, I like how I sound and how I present myself, so it's like, I don't really... I'm happy with, like, the way I'm going about it. If other people don't like it, then that's their thing. I realized recently how much agony I might be saving by editing videos linearly. That makes sense, yeah. I think I remember hearing that kind of thing for writing. That, like, after a certain point, it's just, like, you can't really... Sometimes you don't really have to write linearly. Sometimes you just have to, like, edit the thing that you feel like editing. And everything else will come together in due time, but, like, you don't need to kind of, like, go linearly necessarily if you don't want to. Just do whatever you feel like. Oh, you're trans? Didn't know. I more so call myself unlabeled, but I guess that technically makes me trans, so it's just kind of like, you know... by technicality, yeah. Though I more so am just like I don't really have a label. I'm just a fucking entity. I don't need to know what I am. But yeah, I think with that out of the way, I should probably get into what this stream is even going to be. Obviously, I think obviously this stream is going to be comment responses. If you've watched part 1 streams, you already know the deal. But I will say I'm going to be doing the approach to this a little bit differently than part 1's. In that, like, I think with part 1's comments, I was really quick and I was trying to be very efficient with them and just kind of being like, oh shit, I gotta be quick with this and try to, like, fit as many into one stream as possible. I'm not doing that this stream. I'm not doing that in these streams for part 2. What I'm going to be doing instead is, it's going to be a bit before part 3 is ready. The current state of part 3, I guess to answer that question too while I'm talking about this, is, I technically have audio already done for part 3, because I recorded all of the audio back in March, but, thinking about it now, considering that audio was done before stuff like the part 2 intermission was done, which is now, it feels like a very major thing I want to work on now and include in part 3, I might end up redoing the script and re-recording the audio for part 3 before editing it, so that might take a little bit, but the plus to this is that I'm not redoing the whole series, I'm just doing one part, and it's not even the longest part. It's just the one that I had to put the most thought into because it's what I've been building up this whole fucking series to this whole time, so, naturally, you know, I'm going to take my time with it, unlike part 2. I'm going to, like, really, like, you know, take my time with part 2 and make sure that I didn't, like, make sure that it's, like, with part 3, rather, and make sure that I'm, like, as happy with it as I can be. I think with part 2, I was kind of in a rush to work on it because so many people had enjoyed part 1, and I'm like, hey, I want to prove that, like, you know, that I'm going to finish this. You know I'm going to finish this. I know I'm going to finish this. It's just a matter of when, and I don't intend to, like, rush, like, the when of it. I just want to make sure it's good, so while I'm working on a whole bunch of other things, like the streams and captions, and I'm... Also, before I even do part 3, I'm going to probably work on a personal project for a while, because it's been a bit since I've gotten to it, and I would like to, again, just creatively wander for a bit, but I will get to part 3. This series will be fucking finished, like, that's for sure. People should start making fake release date leaks for part 3. I guess that's I guess that's how I know I've made it. If that's the... I guess that's how I've made it, if people are making, like, fake release dates for part 3. Like I'm a fucking company. Mollystars. But, like, part 3 will probably be out by 2025. No promises, though. I should start a newsletter, guys. I should start a mollystars newsletter where every season I say that the end is in sight for some of the content in part 3. And then a year later, I had to cut out the segment in part 3 where I talk about Sonic Dreams Collection for 20 minutes. Sorry guys, I mean, I thought it would fit in the video initially, but I don't know, I just kind of looked at it and I'm like, you know, this just doesn't really fit with the pacing. So I kind of had to cut that, but it's almost done, guys. Part 3 is going to come out this decade. That's generous. No, but I think if I had to, like, speculate about the release date for part 3, there is maybe a chance that it could come out this year, like by the end of this year, maybe. Do not hold me up to this. This is, like, very rough if I am making, like, very, like, ballpark guesses about how long the script and the audio and the video itself would take. But given that it's gonna be maybe a little longer than part 1, but no more than 2 hours or an hour and 50, I think I can maybe manage to get it done within the year. Maybe? I'm not sure. But if not, then, I mean, my rough estimate is, like, early 2024, maybe. Which is, like, you know, that would not surprise me. Again, like, I'm going to be working on a personal project before I really, like, work on the next part, like, fully. But it's going to be, but I know I'm going to finish this series at this point. Like, it would just be silly for me not to. I will smack Molly around if she starts either lacking or overworking. Yeah. Make sure to just, like, pull me out of the tunnel vision if you need to, Moist. I very much appreciate it. Release it on April Fool's, subvert expectations. Yeah, that sounds about on brand for me, honestly. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, where the fuck even was I? I was, saying... Yeah. That, part 3 is going to take a little bit, but this stream is going to be a little different because part 3 is going to take a bit before I really work on it. The gimmick for this series of streams, part 1's is, like, you know, I wanted to try to fit as many as I could into one specific stream or whatever, and, you know, try to, like, get it all out in only a couple of streams, because I don't know when part 3 will be ready, and when I'm going to feel like working on it, like, fully and editing it and everything. My current plan is I'm going to try to do a stream every Friday or every other Friday. That is just comment responses and Q&A stuff. And I kind of just want it to be low pressure. I'm going to take my time with the comments, give them, like, you know, a good bit of, like, give them a good bit of time to really work on them, and it's going to be very low pressure, I feel. Try not to exhaust yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to, like, a fucking rush through the comments, bro. I mean, the whole point of doing the streams this way is that I'm going to, like, be slow with them and give each one its time, and there's not even a guarantee I'll get through all the comments is the thing. I'm going to be done with them, with these streams, either when I get to the top of them somehow, or once I feel ready to work on part 3. And I know that I need to, like, you know, dedicate a few solid weeks to just, like, not stream and, like, you know, not do much other than just, like, you know, focus on part 3. Slow and safe, yeah. So slow but methodical is the move going forward, I think. So that's kind of like the vibe I want to go for these streams, is low pressure, not really, like, you know, focusing too much on, like, you know, rushing through them, and just kind of, like, taking our time with the comments. It's like not even just comment responses, it's just a hangout stream. I figured it's just a nice holdover so that I can, like, kind of engage with people and my audience, and, you know, make sure that I'm not a fucking ghost while I'm doing whatever I'm doing. If anything, I want this to be one of those things that's kind of like a reprieve from everything else that I'm doing. Let me get some water. Oiter. Don't be hating on ghost people. Oh no, I don't hate on ghost people. I don't mind being a ghost. I just know it's probably better if people know that, like, I exist. You finally admit the comment responses are just glorified just chatting streams. I mean, hey, I've watched your comment response streams. They are basically just that. I think that's fine, honestly. I hope Chapter 3 releases on its own instead of Toby just delaying it. There is a chance that maybe he might, but honestly, I feel like with the attitude Toby has about it, that, like, I think Toby wants to release them all at once because Chapter 3 is not very lore heavy. I think he's worried that if he releases it by itself, that people are going to be like underwhelmed by it in terms of the story, which is like what I think was what people are most invested in. So I think that's why like he's planning on releasing them in like a batch, basically. Yeah, like chapters 3 through 5 specifically being like released at once and not just like the rest of the game. I feel like there's something intentional to it. Molly, what's your thoughts on the sneaking theme from the newsletter? I find it interesting. I listened to it and it sounds really good, but also why is Lost Girl in there? But also I know that Toby did say that like Lost Girl is kind of one of those things, it's kind of one of those songs that pops up that like throughout the game necessarily, even in Noelle's absence. So it could just be more so like a general theme, kind of like in the realm of Don't Forget, but I don't know, honestly. I mean, like, you have to intentionally decide, like, hey, I'm going to put this fucking motif in this song. So why is it in there? It's so fucking weird. No, but what do you meant by that was that it's Dessa's theme? I do kind of agree with that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more so a cover to say that it's totally not Dessa's theme, but, like, it actually is, but I legally cannot say that. Or else I'm just going to spoil the entire game if I do. What are your thoughts on the ship Burley and Rousey? I think it's very cool. I'm very glad to... I read a bit of the thing you've been writing next to, and I really like it. I think it's a really enticing ship, honestly. Whoa! Molly time! But yeah, that's gonna be kind of the vibe for this stream. I think I'll put on the browser now. Unlike part 1 streams, I'm gonna be just leaving this on because I think I appreciate the Yuminiki fangame ambience, and I think it fits considering... this is one of the things I wanted to talk about with part 2. I don't know what it was, I just decided part 2 had to be spooky as shit. I'm not sure what it was, but I was on a huge like Yuminiki fangame and horror kick while working on part 2, and I think it definitely showed in how I edited it. Like, I think because of stuff like the Snowgrave Rat and just like the more general creepy vibe of some of the stuff in part that I covered in part 2, it's just like, I don't know. I wanted to go for something that felt a little bit more like cozy but still spooky, because I think the reason that part 2 needs to be spooky is because the Snowgrave Rat exists. Yeah. We need to do the Tuki thing. We do. At some point we have to play Tuki together. The temptation to make all of my videos horror videos is ever present. I'm enabling you, Half-Rat. I'm very curious how you would do that. I'll help you with it, man. You've seen how I can do it. If you need any help with the spooky parts of it, I'm more than glad to help you out with that. I live for that shit. Tempting. October approaches. Yeah. But yeah, this is gonna be a very like low pressure stream. I might not get through too many comments in like, you know, a single stream. I don't know if I'll even get through all of them, but regardless, I'll try to get through as many as I can reasonably without like rushing myself and without turning my throat into a fucking raisin. So, you know, let's try to like just be chill here. Very low pressure and all. But oh, hang on, I'm gonna show that later. Before we do start with the comments, I do have to go over these. You know, this is the same thing as part 1, where I'm going to be going over some of the corrections and just general stuff that I saw. Was I'm gonna get to the Smurf cat in a moment. But you know, before we do get to the comments, you know, like part 1, there was a lot of comments that I got that kind of were like, you know, repeating in terms of what they mentioned. So this is basically just a list of stuff that I saw was mentioned a lot and general corrections and stuff for part 2 before I get to the rest of them, so that it's just kind of easier for me to get through them efficiently without rushing. But that's gonna be, I think, the general flow is we're gonna go through the corrections, then start the comments. This is where all the comments are. But yeah. The stream isn't loading, but I swear to God if Molly is talking about that damn Smurf cat. Words? I don't want to read those. They are gross. so true, Joshua Bowman. Omega Icy theory is what I want to be true. I agree. I hope it's true for as much as I'm terrified of it. Imagine reading, right? Did you hear a meow? There might have been a cat outside of my room, but I don't know. But yeah, again, hello everyone who was just joining. I spent like the past 40-something minutes just talking about why I hadn't streamed sooner, and you know, just generally how I've been doing. Live chat, okay. Why was it on top chat? There we go. But I spent the past like 40-something minutes just kind of going over how I've been doing. Oh yeah, I delayed the stream a bit because I went to the store, and also because I wanted to eat some sushi for a while. I felt that was worth mentioning too. But, you know, now I've eaten and I have iced coffee by my side, so we've got a lot to... I think I will be nourished for a while before I ever have to like take a break necessarily, so... we'll be starting the comments soon. Just going over a couple last things, but the flow will be just going over the corrections first, and then... you know, just going over all the comments and seeing how many I can get through. I want to say, by the way, if you've sent a comment any time, like, after the first week of the video's release, it's going to be a bit before I get to you, because, how long does it take before I get to comments from, like, even 3 weeks ago? Look at where this fucking box is. It takes me until about here before I get to comments that actually say, like, X amount of weeks ago. I think, like, 70-80% of the comments were, like, from a month ago. So, there's a lot from that time, so it's going to be a good bit before I get to you. We can't actually see the scroll bar? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? Why can't you? I thought... Hang on. Oh, okay, there we go. It's way out of... Okay, there we go. There we go. That... I thought it was fitting with the screen. I guess it wasn't. You should be able to see it now, but this is the bottom of the comments. It takes until around here to get to the comments that say X amount of weeks ago. There's a lot of comments from just like a month ago, which I'm very like surprised about, but it is what it is. Molly's streaming live from a CRT. I wish. Someday that will be it. Any hint that Icy could be real reads like a threat. Yeah, I'm scared of it, but I feel like it's only a matter of time. But yeah, it'll be a bit before I get to the more recent ones, but it is what it is. Hey, first come, first serve. I guess it's only fair. Though there is a recent one that I do want to look at while Andrew's here. I'll get to that in a moment, but we'll start with the corrections in a bit. But one more thing that I want to get to before we, this might become a 2-part stream. This might be like a 4 or 5-part stream. We're gonna be taking it easy this time around. I'm not rushing through these. So, let me get more water. I gotta go back to work. Take care, Bread. One more thing before we do start the reading through everything. Since I saw Rainy did one earlier, you might have noticed that super chats are now on. I have enabled them. If you would like to do one, you are not obligated to whatsoever, but the option is now there if you would like to give me money or tip me or whatever. I think of the part 1 streams I didn't really have that enabled, but now I do. So, if that is a thing you want to do, feel free, though you are not obligated to whatsoever. Did my VTuber just blink? Yeah, not blink, I mean wink. Yeah, in part 1 streams, I had the eyebrow, like, tracking set to sync, so whenever I close my eyes, I would always close both of them like this. But, now I set it to be, separate, so I can wink now. They close separately, which I think I like a lot more. quick, someone make her read the Navy SEAL copy pasta. My mic isn't bad enough to do that, sorry. I need a really bad mic to read that one. Looking is so cute, thank you. I think it's really cute too. But, I should get on with it and at least start the corrections soon, so I'm gonna be taking it easy, but we'll start those up real soon. If you hear any noise outside of my room, by the way, then it's probably just my relatives. So, you probably don't hear anything, though. I think... What in the world was that? Again, that was my relatives. There's a few other kids in the house currently, so... If there's a bit of noise every now and then, I apologize, but... There's a lot of people that are living in the house currently. So I can only help it. I can only do so much in that regard, I mean... You don't hear anything? You're crazy. Yeah, actually. I mean, yeah, I have noise suppression and everything, so... I have done about as much as I could to make sure that there isn't too much noise outside of my room, but yeah. Yeah. I think, just gonna be chilling for a bit, but we're gonna start them up real soon once I get some more water. Hello, Bootleg. Oh hell yeah, now I can put my YouTube money back into YouTube to make colorful bubbles in chat. Thank you, Andrew. 10 Canadian dollars. Everything Molly says is canon to the Mollyverse. True. Also, hello, January. And also, yeah, now that January's here, I have to make sure that she sees what I'm about to do. One more thing before we start, since I mentioned the super chats now, the last thing I have to do, before we start the corrections. My friend January requested that I show you all something. It's very important. It's very important. That's all. I don't know why January seemed very passionate for me to show this before the stream, so I made sure to do that. It's the green Smurf cat. But yeah, with that out of the way, I think we will start them soon. What did you say is diegetic exactly? The menus, but there's also a lot of other stuff. The device theory is one of those things I can't really sum up in one sentence, but maybe in a couple soon once I actually get to write part 3 script, so you'll see soon enough. Okay, I don't think I missed anything major. No, we haven't started yet. I mostly just went over what the stream's gonna be like, which I already explained elsewhere, but you know, just kind of mentioning it on stream just to kind of, I hope you know that, Molly, you did exactly what I meant. I'm glad. But again, nothing really major's happened. Get part 3 to be a one-sentence summary or else the script is too bloated. True. The fact that this isn't a simulation theory makes me really curious. Yeah, like, I don't really feel like the device theory is a simulation theory necessarily. I mean, it's more of a connection theory, if anything. Like connecting to a server theory, but not necessarily like a simulation. Yeah, I guess maybe one way I could describe the device theory, like fundamentally, is that I'm basically saying that you are connecting to a deltarune server using your computer. Yeah, it's not the Matrix, it's more so like like your computer is connecting to another world, rather than like a simulated one. That's what I think the basis of like the device theory is, that deltarune as the executable is not containing the world in it, it's just containing a program that connects you to deltarune. That's like, I think, like what the basis of it is. Sudden, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Does it go through Undertale then deltarune? No, Undertale doesn't really have a part in that connection. It's like kind of one-shot, but not necessarily, because one-shot is more in the realm of like, this world exists in your computer, but it's not even that, it's more so like... Moist, what the fuck is going on? You're like saying that there's a sudden and stop. Is everything good? Like, I don't know if you hear something on my end, or... What? You can't guess? What do you think I'm doing? I genuinely don't know. My headphones are on. If you hear anything, I can't hear it because, like, my headphones are, like, blocking out the fucking noise. But yeah, I guess that's like the basis of what the device theory is. I mean, one-shot sounds kind of similar. I mean, one-shot is kind of more like you're connecting... I mean, one-shot is more like it's kind of like the world that's contained in your computer, if I recall. But deltarune is like not necessarily like the world exists in your computer. The world exists by itself, but the executable connects you to that world. So that's like what I think the device theory is. So the theory isn't going to be Gaster made deltarune for you to play. I mean, there's elements of that in there, but like it's more so like he needs your input, but he made the executable that connects you to deltarune, and there's a thing he wants to do to affect that world, but he didn't make the world himself. He might have made the prophecy, maybe, but I don't think he made like the actual literal world of deltarune. I don't think it's all simulated by him. I think that's like what the basis of it is. Everyone already made the Gaster made deltarune theories. Yeah, I mean, Gaster... yeah, but I think the angle back then was that people were saying that he made the entire world, or the entire game, rather than like just like the Goner Maker, or like the program that connects you to that world. But yeah, I think I'm gonna start with the corrections now. It's been almost an hour. Yeah, I'll start with the corrections real quick. Is how deltarune came to be as its own cameras, but I guess that's not necessarily part of the theory. I mean, yeah, I guess it's more so, I'm not concerned with how the world of deltarune was created, but more so like, what is the message of the game? Like, I think the creation of the world of deltarune isn't really like a big part in it, it's more so, how was the connection made? Like, how does that work in like a meta level? And why is that like important to the narrative and the message of the game at large? But I think I will start with the comments, with the corrections rather. I think I got through all of the essential stuff I wanted to go over, so I'll at least start with the corrections and I'll get back to chat later. I plan to not take too long with these because I'm gonna be like covering these in part 3 anyway, but this is just gonna be like the gist of it. Like part 1, I made like a corrections pinned comment that was basically just like, hey, here's all the stuff that I got the most comments about that I figured would be nice to put here so that people know that I'm already aware of all this. One of the things, I mean, the first thing that I mention here, it's nothing really to do with the lore, but more so a thing that I'm going to try to avoid doing in the future, and it has to do with the photosensitivity warnings in the video. I got a comment from someone who was photosensitive and said that, hey, you could have done these a lot better, and I agree. In the future with photosensitivity warnings, I plan to just basically do one single warning at the beginning of the video, black or a very non-intensive background with like plain white text and a much more kind of legible, maybe like more boring font, but it's one that's like as readable as possible, and that's like not really distracting or anything in the future. This is something I should have done a lot of research on before, but now I know, and I'm going to be looking more into it in the future so that I do not make that mistake later. But I feel it's worth mentioning just in case there's any like other further complaints about it and the such. But apologies for that, because I should have been more I should have been more thorough about it. I'm glad you're working on being more accessible. Yeah, I always try to be as accessible as I can be. I mean, there's only so much that I know that I know like right away. Play a softer, very audible tone when this photosensitive stuff is about to happen. Yeah, I might do something like that too. It's just kind of like a simple like something that's not too alarming, but just more so kind of like notifying, if that's ever the case. I think Comic Sans is pretty readable. Maybe, yeah, that might work. Would Monospace Comic Sans work? I know I have a friend who showed me that there was a Monospace Comic Sans font, and it looks genuinely kind of good. So I might give that a shot or something. But yeah, that's the first thing. I'm gonna try to work on making it more accessible and do more research on like photosensitivity warnings so that it's not too difficult for people to read them, because they're there for you so you can read them so that you know what to skip if you need to. So in the future I'll keep that in mind. 2, I think this is probably one of the things I got the most like comments about, aside from the air handler poem. The bit where Susie says in the trash zone, "Hey, that sounds like pretty useful information." That's kind of out of context, because it's more so meant to compliment a bit in that room where you talk to Trashy, who gives the same information, and then the Funging is basically just like, yeah, whatever, just shut up. You're just like ignoring Trashy. But then when Rousey gives the same information, Susie's like, "Oh, that's interesting." So I kind of forgot that was like the whole bit in that room. So that specific instance of Susie saying that, I wouldn't really hold too much of a candle to that now. It's not really as like it doesn't really have as much like a steam to it, I think, as I initially thought, because I forgot like the original context of it. So I kind of would disregard it now. But I think the other stuff regarding Rousey definitely still holds a bit of weight in my opinion. But that's like the main one that I'm like, yeah, you're right. That does seem like a little bit out of context now that I think about it. 3 is kind of a grouping of stuff that, because they all have to do with the weird routes, so I figure, okay, let's just put these all together. The first thing is Queen being sad in Castletown about everyone being gone is not exclusive to the weird route. It's one of those things that is not mandatory. It only happens if you don't recruit Massfield Task Manager and Wire, or if you in general lose all of your recruits in Chapter 2. So that can happen on a normal route as well. You don't need to be on the weird route to do that. It's just one of those things that just happens to fit with that route a little better than the normal one. There's also a lot more stuff in the game that refers to Side B than I initially thought. I'll touch on this more in Part 3, but there are more files in the game that do refer to the route as Side B than I thought initially. So that's something I'm gonna have to show a bit more receipts for. Show some more screenshots and stuff when I get to the corrections part of that video. Hang on, let me get more water. And finally, there's a few other allusions to the existence of the weird out in the game, aside from what Lancer says in the menu. One of them is that line sticker of Noelle that's like on the floor, and she's like saying that that's not like you, which could fit with the weird route, but I feel like even with that sticker and the tone of it, I feel like that alone is like you would have still had to reach a bit to say that the game's gonna have like an alternate route based off of a piece of merch that just happens to have a pretty kind of spooky sticker. But the other one that I saw mentioned that that's I think is the most forward one, most like forward hint to the weird route is if you deplete Spamton's health by fighting him in the first fight, he says that you should have done all of that earlier, and so that you could have gotten his commemorative ring, which alludes to the thorn ring that he gives you on that route. I think that's like the closest the game gives you to like an actual hint that there's more to it. But it's still so vague that I feel like in general it's like, you know, you could think like, oh, maybe there's more to it. But you wouldn't think that you'd end up killing Birdly, you know? So it's like one of those things where, yeah, there's hints, but it's like, you have no idea how fucking far that would go. And then 4 is one of those things that I think I'm gonna like just generally correct about my theorizing and my perspective on a specific thing. It's the kind of hint that's only a hint if you already know the answer. Yeah, exactly. Like, it could only really hits when you already know the context, but like by itself it's just kind of like, that's weird. But you kind of just move on with your life after that. 4, this is a thing that Andrew brought up, and I think a few other people, but something that I do agree on now is when talking about what Chris said to Susie. I kind of speculated if maybe they had some prior history, but there's a very good video by Nighthawk, I think is the name, that I want to show real quick, actually, because I think that's one of the things that really got me onto this. If the fucking... This video by Nighthawk is very good. It kind of puts what I'm about to say in a very good way, but it kind of goes over like why Susie like acts the way that she does, and I think it really puts into perspective like what I think the dynamic between her and Chris really was like before chapter 1. I don't think that they really have a prior history now, as much as it's more so a mix of like Susie having a really bad home life and Chris just happening to be the quiet kid who also seems to, on the outside, have a much better home life because they have a mom like Toriel. I think it's not necessarily that they know each other from before hometown, but more so that Susie has had it really rough for a lot of her life from what we could tell. Yeah, Susie does a fair amount of assuming of Chris's life because Chris is the quiet kid in the class that just like sleeps through all the classes. And like, you know, they just happen to like not do too badly in their classes, and they have like a decent mom and everything. So it's like, you know, in Susie's mind, like, she sees that and she's just like, how come like they get to have it better, and how come they get to have like a good mom and a good home life, but I can't have that. That's not fair. I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to take it out on this kid. I think that's really what it is, rather than necessarily that like that they knew of each other from before. It feels like simpler, you know, like using Occam's razor for this. Like, it feels like simpler of a solution than like they knew of each other from well before the game. But is she really a good mom? I mean, yeah, there's more nuance to it than that, but again, that's Susie projecting. She wouldn't really know the deeper dynamics of the Dreamer family. She just like sees that they have a mom that like is holding her kids like fucking hand when they're going to school. Like, Susie sees that and you know, she's just like, how come I can't have that? How come I can't have that? How come I had to do all this shit on my own? I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's projection. Yeah, like, they're both outcasts in different ways, but I think Susie just kind of like projected a lot more forwardly. And maybe Chris was able to see that, and maybe they did say something that kind of would have like shed light on it without it kind of pissing Susie off necessarily by being like a... I do think Chris might be a little bit too old for the hand-holding thing. I mean, then again, Toriel is Toriel. It doesn't surprise me when Toriel's like that. About someone that's like, you know, like her child, basically. But me when Toby realistically writes a bully, yeah, it's bully dynamics. Bullies are like that, so... Is the glitching just me? Is my audio glitching? If my audio's glitching and it's like just you, maybe you could like refresh the page or something. But yeah. Okay, yeah, it might be your internet or something. But yeah, I mean, that's like, I think what the gist of it is like, I think there's no prior history. I think Toby is just really good at like conveying like what that kind of dynamic is like between like a bully and the quiet kid. it's very, like, you know, there's a lot of projection involved. That's like, there's like a whole lot of that going on. Oh yeah, there's also a few other bits here where I think, like, of other things that Chris could have said to Susie in this regard. Maybe Chris just said something like, I don't know, like, asking if Susie wants to hang out, or just like, yeah. Or like, even maybe they even just smiled or something. That's another comment I got that seemed interesting. But these are kind of like, you know, thoughts that I've seen from the comments, and, you know, they seemed like fitting with what we know of the characters so far. But yeah, I think that's like how I feel about the whole thing now, and I think it's one of those things that I'm glad I got a lot of comments on, because it kind of helped me, like, make sense of you know, just like what the whole deal with that was. But I think it's just a case of, you know, like, Toby is just really good at writing that dynamic, honestly. It's very, like, relatable, like, as Kaylee said. And then the final, like, big correction that I want to add is about the poem and the error handlers. I don't have much to add to it. I just got so many comments about this, like a concerning amount. Like, I don't know how I got so many comments about this, but you know, that basically just people saying that the poem and a few of the error handlers is likely referring to the Mystery Man sprite or Sham, which it could be, but I feel like it's just so out of the way that it's like, I don't even know. If anything, it feels like one of those things that might be fitting for Half-Bred to give a deeper look to, between that and also, like, you know, the whole thing with the pain itself is reason why, and then, like, which, you know, it kind of just leads into all the mentions and allusions to pain in both games so far. You know, wake up and taste the pain and shit. Like, it's just kind of like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's weird, and it probably is referring to the Mystery Man, but it's just, like, so, I don't even know how to feel about it. The commenter unit elects one randomly chosen point to swarm over in each video essay. What was part 1's equivalent to that? Well, I guess it was probably like the thing about... Oh, no, I think part 1's equivalent was people mentioning the Mandat OGG being Walter Sakamasada. That was probably like the equivalent there. But yeah, that's just, you know, something I mentioned there because I got a lot of comments about it. I don't know what to make of it. Are your plans for your channel? I'll probably get there a lot later. I don't even know where to begin with that. I have a lot of ideas. But yeah, that's about the gist of, like, the main corrections. Photosensitivity thing, trashy, weird rat stuff, Chris and Susie, whatever Chris said to Susie, and the error handler thing. Power is another big one. Yeah, that too. Just a few other things here as well. Nothing, not as big though, so I don't know if I'll mention it in part 3. Everyone post your Sakambasada and Mystery Man art. Moist is on another level here, holy shit. You think there's a chance the poem was originally written in another language? Maybe? Why'd that VTuber model look like it's... VTuber models are just like that, man. I don't know. I don't really have, like, the top of the line shit. I just made this for free in, like, fucking VRoid Studio. But yeah, I got all the big ones out of the way. A few smaller ones that I might not mention in part 3, but did feel worth putting in the comments. I got a few comments about Spamton mentioning press F1 for help, which, you know, if you press it, it, like, heals you. It is sort of an allusion to player controls, which is interesting, and he does mention HP at least a couple times, but I feel like Darkners in general now, honestly, I think they just have a decent grasp of, like, what HP is conceptually. Although him mentioning player controls is definitely also notable, or at least, like, alluding to it. And I also got a lot of comments about Chris kicking the Neo body, and that coming across as, like, really, like, Chris seeming, like, actually, like, mad or angry, like, whenever they kicked the Neo body, because it's, you know, they hit it. they kicked it and shit. Like it was like increasingly more aggressive. It could be that like maybe they were like genuinely upset that like the loaded disc wasn't really working, or at least it didn't seem to be working. But I kind of took it. I honestly took it as more so kind of like when like a CRT is acting up and you need to like smack it a bit to get it like to not like act up a bit. That's kind of how I took it as personally, was like kind of just like are you sure this isn't working? Like maybe it just needs a little kick. But I don't know, like it could be just like aggression, or maybe just like, you know, just making sure that it is or isn't working. That's kind of how I took it, at least. It's a weird interaction though. And the last like smaller thing I can mention aside from this is a thing about the chapter select and the launcher app thing that was like revealed by one of the Game Maker developers. I think the like John Game Maker. Actually, but it was kind of more about like why the fuck Toby would need like a launcher app essentially for each of the chapters, and I realized that like it's nothing big. I'm probably not going to mention it in part 3, but the thing that might be important to take into account is that like considering that this game is going to be several chapters and like, you know, each one kind of like being their own huge thing, I think it's more so that because of how big the game is going to end up being, if they have to fix something in a specific chapter, yeah, the game would be bloated without one. Yeah, and I mean, the point that I'm basically making is if they have to fix a thing in a specific chapter, if they didn't have a launcher app, I imagine they would have to basically compile the entire game from beginning to end every time, which sounds like a huge pain in the ass. So I think they have the launcher app because it would basically help them compile the game. It would help them compile a specific chapter, I think. Yeah, I think that's what that's like one of my guesses, at least, is that they have it so that if they have to fix a thing in a specific chapter, they can go in, compile a specific chapter, fix it, and then recompile it, and then they don't have to touch the other chapters, basically. That's what I'm thinking, at least. It's probably less of a compilation and more about just not needed to maintain the same dependencies between chapters. Yeah, that too. I mean, what we heard about the launcher app was that Toby was working with a game maker to implement the launcher app into the chapter select. That's what we know, at least currently. It frees them up to make drastic changes over time depending on what each chapter needs. Yeah, like I think kind of compartmentalizing it more and making it so that like one thing doesn't affect a whole bunch of other shit in other chapters that aren't relevant to the current thing. I think that also is like a big part of it. I think in general a big part of it is optimization, but I'm still kind of waiting here. I'm still like I'm not gonna be surprised if like if it goes in a kind of surreal turn, because that kind of feature is like, that's just asking. I'd be surprised if there isn't something that's like really fucked up and meta that happens with that. I bet they want to launch your app to spider your computer to find your real name like one shot. Yeah, probably. But yeah, that was an additional thought that I had about it. And it's asking for a fucking 3D chapter, yeah. I cannot wait for when the full game is ready and the launcher app is in and everything. And like fucking I open up chapter 6 and it just opens up like RPG Maker. It just opens a Umaniki fan game. It doesn't even open like a Game Maker game, just like a whole other fucking engine. I'm so excited for that. Although then again, you can make 3D stuff in Game Maker, though it's just like super limited. 3D tutorial is the night? Maybe. It boots Undertale from your Steam library. But Bertley's plugging face at the bottom of the recommended. Very good thumbnail. But yeah, the last thing I can mention in this comment is I realized in this video I didn't go too much into detail about a couple of things. mainly the twisted sword and like the nature and concept of like a love you mollystars, but please don't forget, if you need to take breaks, take breaks. I will make sure to. I am not on a rush this stream. I'm trying to not rush through things nearly as much now, but more so just kind of like, take my time. I'm not in any rush. I don't know how many I'll get through, but that's alright. Every Friday or I have like a bunch of, I could do this in another stream, so there's no rush here. But yeah, the last thing that I can mention about this comment that I put is there's a couple things that I didn't go into in part 2 that I think is fair for me to not have discussed because it's already so huge of a video, but I might mention it in part 3. I didn't really mention the twisted sword all too much, or like the concept of like aborted weird routes that you can just kind of get out of a weird route at any point. Hang on, let me get some more water. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I didn't really mention like aborted rear routes too much. Mike muted. Yeah, I was drinking water, that's why. But I didn't really mention aborted rear routes too much because the video was already huge, but I do think I want to go more into that in part 3 because it's really interesting. Because you can only really get the twisted sword if you abort a weird route. Like, you can only get the thorn ring currently from a weird route and getting out of one, because if you go through the whole route, then Noelle just takes the thorn ring with her. So won't let us have the water drinking audio. I mean, don't fucking know if chat wants it. What is the twisted sword? It is an item that you can craft in the castle town, and we don't really know much about it other than it needs a pure crystal, which we cannot get currently, and it needs the thorn ring, which you can get, but only in the weird route if you get to the point where Spampton gives you the thorn ring and then back out of that route. Since it's implied Noelle will return to Castle Town, the Twisted Sword is a weird route exclusive item. Is it weird route exclusive? I mean, we'll have to see because if we can only get the pure crystal through the weird route, then sure. But we could technically just get the thorn ring, back out of the weird route, keep the thorn ring until we get the pure crystal, and then never do another weird route again, and still get the twisted sword. So it's like, what is it? And it's not even just that, but like, what the fuck does that mean in a meta context? Like, what does that imply? Going down that other path, and then backing out of it so you can get a specific thing from it. Like, I don't know, it's weird. And I think I do want to touch on that in part 3. But, the other thing that I could really mention is, more so to do with the recruit system. And yeah, I didn't really mention the recruit system too much in part 2, but it's fucking weird. As well as the concept of, like, the nature of darkness not fitting in certain worlds or being taken to Castletown, which is, like, described as, like, a pure dark world. Molly, it is I. Hello. But yeah, I mean, the aborted rear routes and the recruit system is, I think, 2 things that I would like to touch on in part 3. I'm not surprised why I didn't mention it in part 2 because it's already such a huge video, but, I do think that I'll go into that in part 3 because I think there's definitely a lot to be said about, like, the nature of recruits and the nature of, like, darkness either fitting or not fitting in certain worlds, and, like, how we could apply that on a meta level. I think that's something that I would like to touch on for sure in part 3. So, I put this here just to say, like, yeah, hey, I don't really, have, like, much to say about it right now, but I will mention it later. Everyman warrants his own fucking video. What the fuck is Everyman, honestly? That's something I want to cover in, like, a whole other video, honestly. Alright. Every man is my friend. So true, Moist. But yeah, I think that about covers the corrections. This is everything that I wanted to touch on before I get to the comments proper, because you're going to see a lot of comments go through, mention like one of these things, so I think it'll help to kind of be more efficient with it. Though again, we're not in a rush, though it is nice to do like a bit of narrowing down, of just like, you know, what I should like give more time to and everything. Shadow Crystal ideas. I'll touch on that in part 3 probably. Yeah. I think that a bit does it for the corrections, though. Hopefully I didn't take as long as I did with part 1's corrections, but again, we're not in a rush. But yeah. OMG, Dashmaster stands under t. Why does Dashmaster in Hollow Knight look like that, man? Why does it look like that? Fucking... that notch in Hollow Knight, it literally looks like Sans. Because Sans is the Dashmaster, I suppose. Hang on. But before we do get to the comments, well, we are getting to them now, actually, but now that we're done with the corrections, we're going to be getting to them soon, but there was one comment that I want to look at real quick that's recent, that while Andrew's here, I would like for Andrew's take on it. So, Leo, you get a special pass because I'm very curious what the fuck Andrew's take on this is, because I think he's much more familiar with this. This is the first comments we're going to be taking a look at. Hi Molly, love your video, thank you. This game is a special place in my heart and obviously for you too. I heard about the comment stream and wanted to mention this. The game Yume Nikki, which Toby is known to love, features a character named Mars Sun, who has a special melody that plays when you meet him that sounds just like Lost Girl and Deltarune. I think it's intentional because Mars Sun is also kind of in the most random place and seems lost. I think you should take a listen. And I found this comment interesting, and I'm gonna stop the music for a moment and as I'm gonna look for this specific video. I did take a listen to it last night, and I'm like, you know, maybe, but this is Marsan's theme. Which, yeah, I listened to it and, you know, they do some kind of similar, but I don't know if Andrew could agree with me. I feel like the notes are just slightly off. Like I listen to it, it's like, you know, dun 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 dun, and yeah, it's audibly similar, but I feel like they're just off a little bit, I think, but I don't really like have the resources to like find the exact notes for this. Yeah, but I did find that really interesting. Because this song is like dun 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 dun, and then Lost goes like dun 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 dun, dun. It's like they're really close. Yeah, it sounds more like Premonition in a way than Lost Girl almost, but it just seems like a usual sad song. Yeah, I think it just kind of hits like the similar notes, but I feel like it's not intentionally meant to like reference it. I think, but I don't know. But I thought that would be interesting to bring up because I do find it really fucking weird. Your web browser looks so cool, thank you. it's a pretty basic melody, just notes going up. Yeah, like, I feel like the similarities are there, but yeah, it might be a subconscious reference, but I don't know. I feel like it's, like, it's so out of the way, too, that, like, I don't know if it is intentional. I think he's opening the doohickey, yeah, probably. The DMC. The fucking DMCA, I love it. What pronouns do you use? Any and all, I do not care. Yeah, like Yankee said, I mean, like, I think it's totally possible. Because, you know, Toby is absolutely a Yubi Nikki fan. The guy fucking interviewed Kikiyama. But, like, you know, if it's intentionally meant to reference that specifically, is like, it would be interesting, but, like, what would that mean, is the thing. I don't know. But, yeah, that's just something I wanted to mention while Andrew is here, but I'll be getting to the comments and starting from the bottom pretty soon. Oof. It's been a bit since I did this, but you know, it's easy. I think every time you do a stream like this, it gets easier to kind of get in the groove for it. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, I haven't done it in months, so it's like, you know, kind of getting back in the initial, like, the streaming mode. Like, it's like I haven't forgotten what it's like, I'm just kind of rusty, but I think I'm back in it now. Not that you asked me, but there are a ton of deltarune / Undertale songs that are very, very similar to other game songs. Yeah, like, I feel like it's not really like a too uncommon of a thing to hear a song and be like, oh, this sounds like this, because it's like music is a fucking weird thing. You'll like unintentionally reference a different song, like, and having no idea who the fuck, like, what the fuck this other song is. So it's like, you know, I think it's like, you know, there's totally a chance where it's just like entirely unintentional. Yeah, because of the way that music is, it's just kind of like a... Yeah, it's like music losses are dumb. Yeah, because it's just like, I think with the way that music is, it's just like, you know, with the way that it works, it's like, it's very easy to make something that unintentionally sounds like something else. Why are people talking about rusty stuff? It's because I said the word rusty, and the rusty is the name of a cat that, that a few of my other friends have named Rusty. Molly, what would literally happen if Toby changed his plan again and decided to release Chapter 3 at some point soon and it ends up getting released before Part 3 of the device theory? I think realistically that would happen while I'm, like, probably editing it at that point. And honestly, if that happens, I'm just gonna fucking work on Part 3, like, as normal anyway. Like, fuck it. I'm gonna say this in Part 3, but because I'm so far in the series at this point, I'm basically, like, immune to any whataboutisms. I'm so far in the series where it's just like, it is what it is, man. I just want to get this theory out of my head, regardless of, like, whether it's right or not. So, I think it's like, you know, it's like after a certain point, it's like, I can only account for so much. Would you be willing to stream / record you playing chapters 3 through 5? Stream, probably not. I'm gonna be real, because I guarantee 2 seconds after the next chapters come out, people are going to be, like, somehow already done with the entire game, like, within, like, they're going to, like, fucking have deltarune chapters 3 through 5, like, in, like, a fucking, like, they're gonna take, like, a big comically large tube and inject it straight into their fucking brain and, like, inject all of the knowledge about the next chapters in, like, 2 milliseconds and spoil the entire game in chat, like, immediately. Just don't read chat. If I didn't have attention deficit issues, yeah, sure, but I mean, I feel like if I don't read chat, then it's like, what's the point of streaming it? I do plan to do, like, to record, like, a blind playthrough of it, and you know, just do something like that, and do, like, make like a separate video that's, like, just my blind playthrough. But I think streaming it, like, I'm going, like, offline when the next chapters are out. Like, I'm not going to be reachable when I'm playing the next chapters. I'm going to be, like, holed up until I'm done with the fucking game. Not even because, like, I'm trying to rush to the end and not get spoiled. I'm just going to have that much brain rot. Yeah. Play through the game while blindfolded, yeah. I am going to destroy my router! Federer's taking it another fucking level. Just taking a fucking hammer to it. God. Did I miss any super chats or anything? No, not really. Even then, someone's gonna knock at your door and tell you the ending. Toby Fox himself is gonna come to my door and tell me the entire, like, plot against my will. I was still able to enjoy Undertale even with spoilers. Yeah, I mean, I did know a bit about Undertale, admittedly, before going into it the first time around back in 2018. Like, I knew there was, like, a genocide route and, like, something with, like, the skeletons or something. I mean, I didn't know too much, admittedly, but I knew, like, a bit to where I knew, like, the general vibe of it. If Toby Fox told me the whole plot, I would not be mad. I back with the analysis. Okay, Andrew is now back with the analysis. What does Andrew has to say? Alright. Alright. Deltarune device theory stuck in their creator's head, yeah. I had just like my own moment where it's like, you know, this theory has been in my head since, like, I think even well before I started planning for, like, the videos themselves. Henry says, have you ever had any Deltarune-related dreams? Well, there is this video that I put on the side channel as a sort of announcement for part 2. That might be an idea to it. Marsan's theme is actually identical to the first 5 notes of the Lost Girl theme, except for the first note being a couple notes lower. Yeah, that's how I think my hunch was about right, that, like, you know, it's, like, practically identical, but barely off, like, barely. Yeah. That's really interesting, then. Because, like, I mean, I still think it could be unintentional, but I do find that interesting. Then again, I guess it wouldn't be the first time that Toby, is, like, inspired by something from Yume Nikki and makes a song from it, so who knows? They're both just based on Major 7 arpeggios, so I don't know how much of a connection it is. Yeah, that too. Then Marsan might be related to a traffic accident. Really? Damn, I know some pretty weird shit about Yume Nikki theories, but that's new. Toby would give you the entire lore of Deltarune if you could beat him in Smash. I could never beat him in Smash. He fucking beats Sakurai. I could never. I'm not that good at Smash. I haven't played it in years. Toby Fox slowly dashed to my house and befriended my mother? Holy shit, Dashmaster. I always thought that Yume Nikki was about body image. I think it's about really a lot of shit. If I remember hearing, I think Kikiyama said something about, like, Yume Nikki not even being really about being meant to be, like, a unsettling game, but more like a comforting game. Weirdly enough. Which I found, like, really interesting, but that's a whole other game that I'm talking about now. I think I will start with the comments now at this point, and I'll get Toffee on the task. They could do it. Did Toby Fox interview Kikiyama? Yeah, he did. Really, it was a really fun interview. The machinery in the background of this room looking like a wrecked tram, and the fact that he's trying makes some people believe he could be related to the traffic accident. Oh, maybe. I hadn't thought of that. That's really interesting. I think Lorekeeper put it in a really good way. Yume Nikki is about Yume Nikki being about what Yume Nikki is about. It just is what it is. I think Undertale Deltarune is just going to be the Earthbound for this generation of people. Like, in 30 years, there's going to be no more Earthbound-inspired RPGs, only Undertale. Yeah. I have a friend of mine who's making her own game, and you know, like her, like when she's making an RPG called Traversal, and I mean, I think she's even said that like her main inspiration for that game is from non-traditional RPGs like Undertale. So it's like, you know, I think there's definitely going to be a wave of like, you know, like people making RPGs and stuff that's like inspired by non-traditional stuff, which is, it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out, honestly. Yeah, the friend's name is Chillin. You can find her on my channel under the friends tab. Check out my friends. If I could pull it up real quick. Whoa. There we go. That's her. Go check it out. Oh man, I didn't miss the comments, did I? We're about to just start them proper. I went through a lot of other shit. I went over some corrections, I went over a lot of, you know, some... I went through a lot of other stuff before I read the comments, but we are about to start them proper. We're taking our time with these streams, so there's no pressure. Fourth wall breaking is so cool. I agree. This is such a relaxing stream. I'm glad. I'm glad people are like chilled out. You know, I think just so the part of me that's kind of like, you know, trying to make sure it's not like boring outright, but I'm glad that people are taking their time and are relaxing with the stream. That's about the fever dream that inspired the deltarune ending. I don't fucking know, man. Do I have to pull up the newest Toby Fox's Secret Base volume? That dude writes like a madman, I don't know. The way that Toby writes is just like, how could anyone guess what goes on in his fucking mind, man? Got this in the background while playing some Fall Guys, nice. I find it weird that it came for the newest Famitsu thing that Toby, the newest Toby issue, like from Toby Fox's column. It's basically like a responding to like a question about like what was there ever a game that you played that wasn't a horror game that unsettled you, and like but in this volume it was all like basically just people saying that they were like creeped out by some parts of Undertale. And one of the people was like, yeah, I was so scared of like deleting my save files after playing Undertale because of, you know, how it is. And then Toby just goes on this fucking tangent about how it's like, yeah, it sure is a tough thing, huh? It's kind of like, you know, deleting a bunch of like sexy idol girls off your drive when you're trying to add like clip art cartoon animals to it, and he's like describing this like the cartoon animals like chasing after like idol girls, and as like a fucking song from Evangelion is playing, and he's just like, is this what you think about when you think of my game? I'll be very glad if it is. And it's just like, what? What? Like, what does that mean? He laughs into the tree. Yeah, like, genuinely. Like, it's so fucking funny. God. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. Like, what the fuck, man? But, yeah, with that, I think I'm gonna start the comments very, very soon. I'm gonna get some more water, but... Yeah, exactly, Trace. Like, if that's how his waking mind is, what the fuck are his dreams like? Do you think I could predict that? I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm gonna start the comments now. I love how when Molly drinks water, her model just looks down and grows a mind of its own. It's just like that. I think VTuber models, like, they just do that whenever you have to, like, be away from the computer for a while. But yeah. Toby dreams in 4-dimensional smell-o-vision. But yeah, I think I'm gonna start the comments now, and I'll let chat do its thing. I'm gonna try to get through like a few dozen or something, and I'll see how I do. A lot of these comments are pretty short to start because a lot of the initial ones are just people going fucking wild. So, finally, let's go! I'm very glad about the enthusiasm for this video. Can't wait to watch this video when it's working. I hope they enjoyed it. Something sumo wrestling, something. Wrong video, wrong theorist. Maybe you should talk to Andrew about that. It begins. Comment for the algorithm. Glad I have something to listen to at work now. Yeah, there's a lot of comments that are just like hype as shit. And I'm very glad about that. This person made a bagel when they were ready to watch the video. Just like me, for real. Wow, hey, that's a deltarune video, indeed. Molly, it's 2 AM here, you're lucky it's Friday. Yeah, I think unlike part 1, the comments don't immediately start like super long because it's just like people going fucking wild over their video's release. David Lynch? For real, it's incredible how much effort and time you put into these vids, and I can't wait to watch this and eventually part 3. Thank you so much. Someday part 3 will be done. I guarantee. I promise you I'll finish it sooner or later. Take your time, you ever played Phil with this one for a very long time. I do agree. It is a fucking huge video. David Lynch has probably watched this. What would David Lynch think of my deltarune videos? David Lynch would love Undertale. Happy. Okay, this is our first, comment of substance here. You should David Lynch! Joke for no one. That's so, like, out of context. It's the funniest shit to me and maybe, like, 4 other people that I know. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's fab. I think that'd be fucking insane. I'm just thinking of giving David Lynch one of my projects. You probably would love Yumi Nikki. I agree. No, I think if David Lynch is one of the few like old people who I think if he listened to something like 100 gex or whatever, or just like something or play something like Yumi Nikki, he would take that shit like a champ. I think he lives for that shit. Gently fold his hand around the... Yeah, I'll get to this one real quick. Honestly, another hymn is literally just a transposition of hymn.otg into another key like 10 different times. Yeah, in essence, it pretty much. While man.otg has about as much credibility as Gallerine regardless of gaster quotes. If you're looking at the left-hand gaster melody, it's sort of just the notes out of order, but one of them is shifted down to semitone. Yeah. Like, again, in essence, like, I don't think I ever had anything against, like... What about Joe Biden? Would he enjoy the device theory? I don't know. I don't know. Does Joe Biden have opinions? I don't know. But... Joe Biden is the device. He strikes me as more of a Jaru fan. Jaru Biden? Maybe I should get off this train of thought real quick. He falls asleep to Jaru. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, in essence, like, yeah, like I feel like I never had any issue with another hymn being a gaster quote, but like I think I've always believed like they have to be related. There's no way they aren't. And I meant that OGG, like again, I think there is some relation potentially, but like I don't know, I feel like it's not as strong of a quote, but it is like sort of a quote. Like it's there and maybe there's a connection, but like it's hard for me to really tell just by the song itself. Even in a post Andrew's Gaster motif video world. So now it's just, you know, like another hymn is absolutely, you know, he handed that fucking thing on a silver platter, and then Amanda OGG are like, how the fuck is it that the first two comments are sumo wrestling in Gaster's theme? I'm back in the fucking trenches. Fucking flashbacks. Ajar covers the Ices Petsa gate. Fucking. Anyway, yeah, back on topic. I made one joke and now people are talking about politicians. Comments. Okay, 16 minutes. So wait, is Chris's soul just absent randomly when they're talking with Rousey? It seems like it leaves their body a lot. I don't know. I don't think so. I think the soul is still in their body, but like our perspective is separate from the soul, I suppose. I guess it's like a thing that Rousey can just do where like he can change our perspective while not like removing the soul altogether from Chris's body, like some weird shit like that, because the first time it does show that the soul is still there for battle and it exits their body in battle, so like I don't know. Yeah, the camera detaches from the soul anyway in the Susie versus Lancer fight, so it's more like Rousey has like control over the camera in a way. Somehow. Okay, I might be wrong, but a Spamton string is made out of the same color of the battle box? Very closely, just about. This isn't exactly related, but one thing that I've noticed as a Nintendo Switch player is that the player select menu that usually shows up... Oh, yeah, this is interesting. The player select menu that usually shows up when you click on a game before the game launches isn't there for deltarune. It's instead placed after the game launches, meaning 1, you could get kicked out of your profile when playing, or 2, other profiles can be influenced by what you do in one profile. Don't quote me on that though, I'm not entirely sure. I do remember playing the Switch version of Chapter 1 years ago, but I don't really have much memory of it. I do remember something like that though, but I would have to play it on console, honestly, to see what the experience is like there. Maybe there's something to it that we could get there, but that's probably for like a whole other video, honestly. Press F1 for help. Yeah, they beat the machine up, I mentioned that. I've heard somewhere that Jevil changes your soul a tad. Yeah, I do remember reading this initially, and like I don't think there's any... I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, honestly. Like with Jevil changing the soul like Spamton did. Is there someone in the background? That is my relatives. If there's a bit of laughing or screaming or whatever, that's just the relatives outside my room, so don't worry about it. The device presidents. I say screaming because a few of the relatives are kids, so I don't know, maybe they're, being silly. I don't know, doing what kids do, I don't know. Normalize streams with laugh tracks, to be honest. That's a Germa bit. That is absolutely a Germa bit. No, chat, I'm not going to add a laugh track. That's ridiculous. But yeah, I mean Penny Parker has a laugh track on her soundboard. Of course she would. That's awesome. Oh yeah, she does. I remember watching her like Web of Shadows video. I think there was like a bit with that. But yeah, I don't think I remember seeing Jevil change the soul. I'm pretty sure Toby didn't even mean to make Neville's HP drop till 55. Yeah, I didn't really think it was intentional either, but, let me get some water. I don't really think the 55 HP thing with Noelle is really intentional, honestly. Yeah, because isn't the code of it just basically that, like, isn't the code basically just, like, a percentage of her health that just happens to be 55? It's not, like, hard set to 55. I mean, it is true, but it's not really intentional, necessarily. It just happens to be, like, a percentage of the health that, like, to me, the ambience of everything contrasts the randomness of the chat so hilariously. I'm glad about that. Yeah, it goes down to a third of her health, so it's like, it just happens to hit 55. So, like, it's not really intentional from what I could tell. But it's really funny that that was just, like, a thing that happens to, like, line up a bit by accident. And then finally here, the text for the error handler messages seem to be describing someone with a cut going down an eye. Yeah, but the word weaves, like stitching. The last line could be translated into Latin as something the memory heads say, but Brett already covered this. Yeah, again, I think Brett should just make a video about pain. Like, what the fuck the concept of pain is in the game, because like, it comes up so much. Not so much, but it comes up enough that it's like, what the fuck does that mean? I'm sure Brett could think of something for that. But I don't know, it's up to them. Time to go wow bonkers. I did go wow bonkers. Thank you, I'm glad you did go wow bonkers. I've been waiting for this. I really appreciate this comment a lot. I figured out recently why I enjoyed your part 1 so much and why I'm here the minute part 2 got posted. Theory crafting and overanalyzing is a lot of fun, but everything you brought up so far has come from the perspective of Toby Fox's design principles and philosophy as a writer. Coming up with a twist that sounds cool is easy, and the theory crafting space is full of it. Coming up with a theory that respects the belief of the artist is much rarer, and the way you've used Toby's previous work as a concrete basis for what he might be doing in deltarune doesn't just make your videos incredibly watchable, it also makes me feel the genuine love you have for the art of making video games. Excited to dig into part 2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, honestly. Yeah, what Spooky said. I believe the pain itself is related to the lorem ipsum dolor default text found and everything. Maybe it is just a really edgy fucking lorem ipsum. I don't know. Maybe, because it is like a weird error handler that just like happens to be like placeholder, so I don't know. Maybe it's like Toby's like edgy lorem ipsum OC or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I really appreciate this comment, thank you. Lorem son. I'm really glad that people can like get that vibe out of my videos, because like I mean, to an extent, I think I think I always do try to kind of see it from the creator's perspective as like, you know, what would they do? What has their approach been to like a thing that I'm covering? I mean, yeah, I only really used Undertale as like a reference point, because like the Halloween hack, I mean, he made that when he was like a fucking teen or something, right? Like, he made that way back, so... So, like, you know, I didn't really... I haven't even played the Halloween hack myself fully. I know Andrew has, but, I haven't really played it myself, so I don't know the full extent of it. I just know there's, like, some elements of it that could potentially, like, be used in Deltarune, maybe? Yeah, they appear in Deltarune. So maybe, like, he kind of, like, took those, like, philosophies that he had back then, and he's like, you know, I want to do this, but, like, good? Or, like, better than how I tried to do it in the Halloween hack. So, I don't know. Or, like, a new angle to it. Yeah, the biggest parallel is a fixation on player control and railroading inherent to the medium of games. Yeah, so I think there's like some connections to make there, but like I don't really use I don't really use Undertale as a reference point, and mostly because it's like, hey, Toby did it here, so like, how would he apply these concepts here then? And I think that's kind of what like led me down the path I ended up going down with, like, you know, kind of like you know, like how it would expand on the approach that you took in Undertale, or like what approach he's taking now. And I am glad that that comes across well, and that it shows that, like, you know, I'm trying to kind of see like what Toby's intention with this game even is, necessarily, if anything. Like, we know he wants to make the ending, but like what exactly is like the message of it gonna be? And I feel like that's the kind of thing to where it's like, you know, it only makes sense to kind of like look at what his approach has been, basically. Wonder if anyone in the comments brings up Rowsley telling Chris to go east. It probably means nothing, but also, I don't know, I feel like I didn't really get many comments about that, if any, but I don't know, we might see later on as we go. But yeah, I think I do really appreciate that, like, it comes across well in the video, that, like, you know, I'm trying to kind of, you know, kind of like, you know, like make a theory that isn't necessarily making like a twist, but just kind of one that's like what I think the game is being structured around. I could be like dead wrong about it, but I think that, but I do really appreciate that, like that I've been able to make a theory that like isn't really about making a twist as much as it's just like, hey, here's what I think the structure of the game is with what we have currently. And you know, I do appreciate comments that kind of like, you know, I guess like take a deeper look at how I approach my theories, because it's like, you know, I'm kind of trying to make sense of it, honestly. Like, I don't really have like the best idea of like what the fuck the theory is gonna be. I'm just like, I just want the theory out of my head, and I kind of have my guesses about like what I think it is. But I think for people to kind of dig into it and be like, hey, this is what I like about it, it really means a lot, I guess, is my main point. Because it's like, I'm just like doing what I like. I only know so much about like why I do it the way I do, but I do really appreciate that like people can find a thing that they like about it, and are like, this is why I enjoy the videos. It helps a lot to kind of get that like feedback of it, like on like what makes people enjoy my stuff so much. I do dislike when people claim they can read Toby like a book, but it's nicer when it's genuinely someone trying to preserve his artistic intent. Yeah, like I don't know Toby personally, I could be dead wrong, but it's kind of like, you know, like based on what I've seen him do, and what like his general themes are in his work from Undertale and then on, it's just kind of like, you know, I think it helps to get an idea of like what his approach is. And you don't? Yeah, like I can make inferences, but it's like, you know, it's more so like I want to respect what his intention with the game is, because I feel like art is kind of like, you know, I'm trying to like empathize with like the themes of the game generally. But yeah, that's like I think how I feel about that. It's just, you know, I want to respect the intent of the game, even if I don't know the creator personally. I could be dead wrong, but ultimately it's kind of my way of showing like how much I appreciate the thing that I'm covering. Yeah, just look at the whole picture. The device theory chapter 2 is real. Toby did kinda reference the weird route, albeit with large emphasis on kinda. At 3:16:55 in the anniversary livestream, he says, "Time to steal the fountain." Maybe. Which is a reference to Smanton's pre-Weird Route boss fight dialogue. Admittedly, it's more of a tongue-in-cheek nod than a direct reference. Furthermore, it only makes sense as a reference after completing... Yeah, again, it's like... There's a lot of references to it, but I think you would only know that they're references if you already know that it exists. I think without knowing its existence, you would have no idea, like, what the fuck. You would have no idea just, like, the extent of the Weird Route through those hints alone. So... Dude, I think that honestly makes sense. Isn't it just a TTS typo? Oh, it might be. That wouldn't surprise me either. I mean, did he say it was a typo? In the stream? I don't know. But I don't feel like going out to check the whole stream to see that. Oh boy! Thank you so much. The time has come. Execute Order 666. It is my birthday. I will take this as a gift. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Molly. I love all the confetti emails. That's so fucking good. It's still such a wonderful video. You deserve all the props. Thank you. It's always impressive how much you do and how talented you really are, but next time I'm smacking you into resting so you don't just die yet again. Yeah. Yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, I definitely felt like some of the physical exhaustion kick in after finishing the video. I'm never making a video as big as part 2 again, not for a very long time. Yeah, a lot of these initial comments are just kind of like hype, so yeah, we could probably go through a bunch of these, honestly, but... That reminds me that someone's been working on a North Korea video for over a year, holy shit. Wait, what about the line stickers? Okay, well, for those who don't know, way back before like chapter 2 was even a thing, a bunch of line stickers were released, which, you know, just basically like digital stickers you could send like in chat and stuff, and this is one of the stickers, which by itself was like kind of weird. And I feel like, honestly, you wouldn't be able to tell or, like, assume that there would be, like, oh, like an alternate route with this by itself, but I think with the context of the weird route, this does feel like it fits very well with it. So people have been going back to it and are like, holy shit, this, like, you know, this feels, like, super fitting. I had no idea this existed, actually. Yeah, this is, like, one of the, like... Yeah, this was, like, the first thing that actually shows up in, like, the news and updates section. Didn't Toby reference the Gloose clown from line in some Jebel dialogue? Maybe? Oh yeah, if you're talking about like the clown that had like the shit like metamorphosis. I thought the line stickers were common knowledge. Maybe the brain rot is really that bad. Yeah, maybe. Who would use that sticker in a convo? I don't know, a breakup or something maybe? I don't know. But we're effectively halfway through the series as a whole at this point. So... What the fuck? Sorry about that, that was an accident. I pressed like space on accident and it played the video. Molly jump scare, Molly jump scare, Molly jump scare, Molly jump scare, Molly jump scare. Holy deltarune. I pressed space on accident. I had a friend who broke up with her boyfriend over Google Hangouts using off-brand bitmojis. Oh my god, that's really funny. Holy shit. My Let's Go comment. A lot of people were hyped. She was playing too much Cuphead. I remember your scares. Okay, we should get to our next comment real quick. We back. By the way, imagine how much work goes into these videos only for Gaster to come in Chapter 7 saying, "Have you ever heard of the Avengers Initiative, Chris?" and disappear. I would cry. First observations of the video, and you've already pinpointed exactly what point I was most curious about, the nature of the soul inside Chris. Many people have discussed this, but most overlook the fact that the animation of the soul leaving Chris's body is the same in the Dark World as it is in the Light World. I remember talking in ACDS about this, and I remember talking in the lore pit in ACDS about this, and like incentivizes this toxic meta of putting 7 comments in your comments so they all get read early. Yeah. I remember talking in ACDS when this video came out, and people were like discussing it. And Brix came in and was just like, wait, is Molly talking about like the fact that the animation when the soul is ejected is the same as in like both worlds? And I'm like, yeah. And then Brix was just like, I've been talking about this for months and people didn't believe me. I felt so fucking bad about it. I'm like, what the fuck? Seeing so many short comments and then just essay. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like a gradient as we go on. There's gonna be a lot of like, you know, hyped comments and stuff, and then like over time, you know, it'll be mostly just, you know, like comments of like, you know, that are gonna be longer as the initial hype dies down. Gaster would absolutely cook crystal meth just like Walter White. Gaster is like if Walter White wasn't so fucking pathetic. Gaster is like if Walter White would actually had some fucking swag. That's what I think. He would cook crystal meth. He would have the fucking. He would have a whole operation going. He would never like. It would never crumble. Many people have discussed this. Yeah. I am very glad that people seem to agree that like it's a very interesting like that like it's a very interesting point to make, because it's like it's such a specific detail. It might not even be anything, but but it's still something I think about, because it's like, why is the animation the same? Like, what does that imply about the nature of the soul in Chris? That's still one of the things that I'm glad I could kind of open the doors for like discussing it further. My friend, the level of editing these sequences is so on point. Do you have an editing or animations degree? I don't have any degrees, but thank you so much. I'm very glad that people like the editing that much, honestly. Remember how in third grade Noelle is surprised we as the player are able to see what she was thinking and respond? Is Rousey thinking in brackets? How does he know we can hear his thoughts? I mean, I guess that would be kind of more fuel for the fact that, you know, like Rousey is more acknowledging the player than Chris is kind of my theory about him, really. That a lot of the times that he's saying Chris is, yeah, it could mean whispering too, like not like non-direct speaking in a way. I wonder why it would be different, the soul animation, I mean. I mean, yeah, that too. It's like, you know, it wouldn't be necessary for it to be different if you already have the animation there, but it's also like, who knows, maybe it means something. But like, you know, I think the brackets thing, it could be fuel for it, but yeah, I think it's one of those things in the narration that's so inconsistent at the same time that it's like, is there really any leverage to get out of it? Like the brackets, it feels like they're kind of just added whenever Toby feels like it. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. First the fucking sumo wrestling and talking about like talking about cast motif stuff, and now talking about fucking bracket lore. I'm giving Andrew flashbacks to all of his videos at once, I think, in this stream. Sorry in advance. Icy has poisoned my brain so much I can't think of another final boss at this point. It's so ridiculous that it makes so much sense. I don't know if he'll be the final boss, but like, I think at this point Icy needs to be like a boss of some kind. He needs to be. Please, make it happen. I don't want it to, but make it happen. It's written in the prophecy somewhere. I'm sure of it. Rousey just hasn't said it yet. Rousey is saying the brackets out loud. The parentheses. Hey Chris, parentheses. Going through more of them. This one got a lot of likes. Gee, a 2.5-hour video about deltarune. Can't wait to watch this 14 times. A lot of people enjoying the video. Thank you so much. Yeah, in case I didn't say it earlier, like I said with part 1, thank you so much for how part 2 has done. I really appreciate like the performance of the video, honestly. Considering it's gotten as many views as it has, and it already has like more comments than part 1 did, is insane to me. Like, I think I could attribute it to the fact that it's like been such a hyped up video. Like, I think at least like maybe 100 of these comments are like all hype, but like but it's still like, I really appreciate all the support that the video has gotten, and thank you so much for all the support and everything. It really means a lot. Their videos are really good. They deserve the attention they're getting. Thank you. I try my best with them. Whenever I release a video, I usually just assume like that it won't get like too much, because I don't want to like I guess like put my expectations too high for a video's performance, because that's not really in my control fully. But so to see people like supporting the video and giving the video so much like engagement and everything, it really means a lot. Thank you so much. Especially considering like I got it out when I did and everything, and that it's been kind of like fueling people's brain rot and like nostalgia and curiosity for the game. It really helps that I've been able to kind of like, it's not in my control, she says. I mean, I can't control how the videos perform necessarily. There's a lot of people who like make there's a lot of people who make like really good shit genuinely, but like YouTube just doesn't really push it out like as much as it should, like ideally speaking. I think algorithms are just kind of like that, so it's like, you know, I try not to like I try not to like expect too much out of the algorithm. If it wants to push it, then it will, but if it won't, then it won't. It is what it is. I'm not gonna like, I don't want to tear my hair out over it. But the fact that people have been like that's why shoutouts from larger creators were so sought after. Yeah, probably. But I feel like ultimately it's like it's like ultimately the algorithm. Like it's ultimately getting people to watch it, and word of mouth and everything. So like I think the fact that people have been spreading it and have been appreciating it as much as they have been, and like just, you know, just enjoying the video as much as they have been, it really means a lot. Like, I mean, it's weird to think that, like, just 4 or 5 months ago that, like, I did not have this following at all, and I didn't really have this kind of, like, level of, like, you know, consistent support, and now I do, and it's like, you know, I'm still kind of, like, sitting with, like, just, like, how I'm, like, at this point now. I mean, if I were to look at my channel right now, like, if you look at the end of part 1, I had, like, 100-something subs when the video was out. Look what we have now. 10K is, like, soon-ish, and it's weird to think about. It's surreal to think about, and I really appreciate it a lot, honestly. Just, again, thank you so much for, like, the support and everything. I can't even imagine what the fuck I'll do with 10K, honestly, but I know I'm gonna try to do something for it. For sure. Yeah, Half-Breath's channel has grown really well. I'm really glad to see their channel's been doing so well, honestly. Especially with, like, them doing, like, TTS videos and everything, like, they're doing really well for themselves, and I'm really glad to be, like, helping them out with their videos, too, whenever I'm able to. It's a really nice, like, little niche that I've been able to kind of, like, carve out for myself in the meantime, while I'm working on the device theory, and I really appreciate all the support I've gotten, and just, again, thank you. Thank you so much. Just kind of like, you know, like a blanket response to all the videos, like, you know, saying how much they enjoyed and everything. It really means a ton. Do you know, or like Merg? I've seen Merg's videos. I haven't seen too much of their stuff, though. I think I remember enjoying it. But I think it was mainly like stuff like the Undertale Secrets video, which is like, you know, like, oh yeah, I like it, but I already know a lot of the stuff in this video, so it's like, you know, I usually am like looking for like pretty like new perspectives on the whole thing, or like compilations of stuff that's like more thorough. But I think I remember enjoying their stuff, if I recall. I just haven't watched too much of it. A lot of our particular cohort of Undertale Deltarune tubers are doing pretty well these days. I mean, yeah. I mean, I know Spooky Dude's kind of like, you know, doing his usual thing. I think he's probably working on like some other stuff aside from videos, from what I could gather. Andrew's working on RAM. Half-Breed's like, you know, kind of, you know, keeping at it with their videos and everything. I'm doing whatever the fuck I'm doing. Generally, people are kind of like doing well for themselves, and it's really nice to see, honestly. Yeah, the RAM demo is really good. This stream is pseudo-sponsored by RAM, because Andrew is in the chat. I should put like a just a huge RAM, huge like squished, like, that was the $10. I should put like a giant like squish like a RAM logo over the entire screen and just block everything. People are so hyped about Deltarune. So many fans of Deltarune have so much brain rot. Yeah, like, because we're waiting so much, it's just like, I think people making theories about it, it's kind of like, you know, it's helping kind of keep the excitement up. It has to be part of the VTuber model's texture. I could probably pull that off then. Yeah, it's in the contract. I mean, shit, maybe I could pull it off if I ever decide to play it on stream or something. But yeah, again, just like, thank you so much for the support on the video. I mean, it has like, what, 60k now or something? It's insane. And, you know, I'm eager to work on part 3 as soon as I'm able to, but I know sooner or later I'll have it done. And especially with how big part 2 is, I feel like, you know, pretty content with, like, you know, I'm glad that it's like out there, and I think people will be able to get a lot out of the video for a while before I work on part 3, but I think with the streams as well, it'll be a nice like holdover, and I really appreciate all like just how much people have been in like talking about it and everything. Thank you again. I can't really be like grateful enough for it. It's out. I've hit a wall with Undertale and Deltarune analysis recently. I felt I've discovered all that I could and have theorized all what could be possible. This video will relight my torch. Can't wait to dive in. Great work. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, shout out to Remnant Cult. I think I've talked a bit with Remnant. She's nice. A comment from fellow new Twitter mutual Wave Prism or Diddy. The quality and rate of your work is nothing short of commendable. Great work on this. Thank you very much, Wave Prism. I used a comment of hers from for the Snowgrave bit for context, because I distinctly remember Diddy's comment specifically when the weird ride was discovered, and she was just like, "Dear God, the hidden root," with like the fucking Wojak and shit, and I had to like use like some. I think that's one of my favorite bits from part 2. Honestly, it's like looking at like old tweets from that time, just like looking at how people were reacting to it, because like people didn't know what to make of it. People didn't think it was real. So like you would see tweets like that, and then the replies are all just like, what, like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Hidden root? Like the hidden boss? Like they don't know. I think it's funny how Andrew just like has a regular name as his channel name. I think it's honestly like, I think when you see that name and then like the videos, it's like, yeah, I guess it's fitting, honestly. 1 million views. 1 million views. When I saw this is 2.5 hours long, I laughed out loud. And I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you, thank you. What's the possibility that Chapter 0 refers to pre-gameplay menus, the Gunner Maker, etc., shit like that? Does anything in the code refer to those sections as Chapter 0? As far as I know, nothing in the code refers to them as that. Though the concept that maybe the Gunner Maker is a Chapter 0 could make sense, maybe? People think it means something about my branding philosophy when it's actually just my Google Plus account from 2012 that I've never updated ever. I do find that really funny, though. And again, it's like unintentionally fitting branding. Like, I think the fact that you stuck with it this whole time is like, you know, I gotta respect it. Bro's committed to the bit. But yeah, I don't think anything in the code refers to those sections as Chapter 0, to my knowledge, but I guess conceptually it could be that, like, maybe they refer to, then maybe they could be, like, a Chapter 0 of sorts. Okay, yeah, but Toby surely used the for loop for the straw event. See, it would be really annoying to refer to each chapter like this. Array index 0, chapter 2, yeah. I forgot about this! I'm sorry, I forgot about this fucking thread of comments. Hang on. See, it would be really annoying to refer to each chapter like this. Chapter 1 is array index 0, chapter 2 is array index 1, etc. Rather than choosing this, Toby decided to start the for loop with 1, getting rid of this annoying little thing. Why would you need to define a placeholder name for chapter 0 at all then? Dude, you were talking about a man whose code looks like geometry dashboards and tabs. Fuck. That's really good. Okay, $5 Canadian from Weird Fan. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know how to make an online send-off, so just pretend I'm eating a Dorito. You really have to stretch the creative bone. Awesome stuff as always. Thank you so much, Weird Fan, for the 5. Fuck, I remember reading this like way back and I'm like, God, that's really good. It seems that a logical conclusion would be that it's not a placeholder. But then why are the graphics for 0, 8, 9, and 10's title screens? Okay, yeah, people were like actually discussing this. The first frame in a game maker sprite is always from 0. True. That way he could do this image index equals global chapter instead of image index equals global chapter minus 1. It's an ease of use thing. I do agree. Toby is like... Oh man, I can't make jokes about Yondev now. I can't. Or well, I can, but I cannot compare him to other people now, given recent events. But yeah, it is an ease of use thing. Yo, what happened with Yandere Dev? Yandere Dev got basically some shit came out that Yandere Dev was sending some charged messages to someone below the age of 18. In other news, I found a fork in my kitchen. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah, but it is like basically like just an ease of use thing. Big Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, like, it sucks, but also at the same time, like, the red flags were there, like, for a fucking while, man. That dude had some weird fucking opinions. Very concerning shit. I distanced myself well before all that, so... yeah. Yeah, but to get back on topic with the comments, yeah, Jack, that's basically the gist of it, but again, I'm not going to, like, elaborate on that. We are here for the comments currently, so, right now it's an ease of... Yeah, the main bit with this, that I do agree with is that it could be, like, placeholder genuinely because, it's a lot easier to just have the index and the actual chapter number kind of like sync up. because I can imagine it would be really annoying to just have to do like some math to refer to a specific index rather than just like, fuck it, let's just make like a chapter 0 thing so that like so that frame 0 is chapter 0 and so on. Like, it doesn't mean that it will get used properly in the game, it's just easier to code for it. That's at least what I think personally, but I mean, who knows? It's one of those things that I think it makes it easier to code, but there's a room for it to be like used. I think for weird shit. It doesn't make sense to me, says Andrew. I mean, like making chapter 0 is like because like so that the image index and global chapter are the same number. I mean, I think it makes sense to me because like that is just how GameMaker works. Like index 0, like the first frame is always frame 0. So it just kind of like makes sense, I suppose. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the place to judge people's coding. I mean, I can only judge a little bit because I have like a bit of experience, like to avoid like Temi armor code level shit. But yeah, not like too much to where I can say like much about like some like more like concise stuff. Very obviously made them using a text generator set to the determination font. It really isn't that much work. Yeah, that about makes sense. How bad is Temi armor code? I think I remember Thor from Pirate Software talking about this. But basically, you know how the Temi armor, its price lowers whenever you, like, die a certain amount of times? Instead of the code working in such a way to where it's like, you know, there's like a certain equation or like, you know, something that it can just a single line or two that it can run every time you die. Apparently, from what I heard, it's not like that at all. It's a bunch of if-else statements that basically say, have you died this number of times? If so, then the price equals this. Have you died this amount of times? Then the price equals this. It's not subtracting the price, it's just setting it to lower numbers, I think, or something like that. It's like, what? All I can think of is that he pumped out some arbitrary numbers of chapter sprites from a template before deciding exactly how many chapters there were going to be. Yeah, I think there's a good chance maybe he didn't know the exact structure of the game at first, so it's like, you know, fuck it. Chapters 8 through 10, like, you know, maybe. Or the game would be longer initially, but he, like, decided to make stuff a little bit more concise down the line. I mean, like, we're talking about, like, Undertale era Toby code, which is, like, I've went through it. It's like, you know, I could code that shit, probably. It's like, yeah, like, sometimes you just don't feel like coding efficiently. I can't even blame him. When you're making your first game, it's just kind of like that sometimes. But I think, though, I think I try to not make jokes about, like, his coding now, because, like, you know, I think deltarune Toby's code is, like, much different from, like, Undertale Toby's code. I think deltarune Toby's coding is more, like, I don't look at it as, like, inefficient, but more so he's clearly putting shit in there to fuck with people, like, on purpose. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, someone's saying here that, like, what are the fucking... Yeah, there was, Toby left, like, an angry comment in, like, the MTT musical segment that was just like, what the fuck is wrong? Well, I mean, Toby isn't necessarily as much of a troll as much as it's like, I don't know. I feel like I don't see Toby as, like, a troll or trying to fuck with people on purpose. Like, he plays a few tricks every now and then, but he's, like, a troll in the sense of, like, a quick little gotcha. Yeah, he's just silly. Sometimes he just commits a bit of tomfoolery. That just is what it is. He's just a little guy. Where are we roughly in terms of comments? About that much. So we've gotten through a good bit, but I'd say we haven't really read through a ton of them because a lot of the initial comments are basically just like hype. So it'll be a while before it'll be a bit. We're not getting to the recent comments in this stream. I don't even know if we'll get to them on the second stream. Maybe a third one, but I think he likes to dance with the truth rather than mislead people. Yeah, I don't think he doesn't really mislead people. He just kind of like, it's more like he's the kind of silly that kind of like dangles the truth over people's heads a little bit before like giving it to them. A lot of comments are just like, heck yeah, device theory. Yeah, there's a lot of hype in these like early comments. Though I think as we go on, they'll get longer for sure. It took a few hours, but now I'm fully settled in, I think, into streaming mode. I was a little nervous at first. Not as nervous as I was for part 1 streams, but, you know, I had to get through the initial, like, oh shit, I haven't, streamed in a while, but now I'm kind of, like, all cozy. I think the music's definitely helping, too. Yeah. Daily affirmations. Toby is not Andrew Hussey. Toby is not Andrew Hussey. Yeah, right. Toby is Andrew Cunningham, not Andrew Hussey. I just got a video about gross Reddit stories and Mike Ermintrout is in the thumbnail. Awesome. Oh yeah, there was a bit about that, the threat variable being like an obscure reference to the Super Mario RPG. That's... oh my god. I think I don't know if there's a comment about that in here, but that fucking... that's so good. Or was it in Andrew's stream somewhere? I remember hearing about that. Yeah, that was in a Cybershell video. Yeah, Cybershell mentioned it or something. But yeah, more comments that are just excited about part 2. Does anyone have whatever the QR code at 2151 links to? Oh, the QR code was fucking weird, man. Yeah, hello Delta Jevil. I had to do a tweet, like, I think like a few days after the video's released, just being like, hey, does the QR code work for you? Because I got like a weirdly unusual amount of comments that were just like the code doesn't work for me. And I think it just settled on like the code does work, but like I think on some Android or Samsung devices, like I think like the default scanner just doesn't really like process it for some reason. Wait, what QR code? The QR code at this timestamp. This. Though I won't say anything on that. Is it like an ARG thing? I don't know, is it? Oh no, QR code. Yeah, like Repulsive said, I think it's something that's like more dependent on the camera or the screen itself, because like I mean, I could have maybe changed the color or made like the border a little bit wider or something so that it was easier to read, but like it seemed so specific that I don't know. After the comment streams for part 2 comes the comment streams for the comment streams. I don't think anyone is shouting any swears outside my room. I think it's just my relatives being weird. I just saw your last video 2 days ago. After seeing your community post, I was excited to watch this one. I'm sure it's gonna be great. Rule number 1, no recursive comment streams. True. How's my phone doing? Damn, it's already at 45%. My phone's had problems reading non-black and white QR codes. It might be that it's just like a really strong color, I guess, and it's like a bit harder to read, but it's so specific that I don't know. It is what it is, though. Is it frozen? Oh shit, it is. That's weird. Hang on. I think it's because hang on, let me do something. Okay, it shouldn't be frozen now, it's just acting a bit weird, so hang on. I have to go back to this model. And then... there we go. Okay, we're back to normal now. Not the story of deltarune. I was hyped for this more than most blockbuster movies. Man, that's insane to me. Yeah, I've been so excited for this. Is the device theory going to be the last deltarune theory you make? Probably not. I think it's definitely going to be the biggest one I'll ever do. But I think after the device theory, I could see myself still making videos for deltarune. But it would have to be something that's like, I think it would have to be like just like a few other things, like maybe talking about stats or everyman or like, I don't know, just some other obscure thing that I'm interested in that I think could like use some more light shed on it. I think that's like probably like what I want to focus on with deltarune is like, hey, here's this like thing that I think could use some more discussion. Let's open the floodgates to that. Oh man, I should at some point in this stream or like some other one, I should talk about the video that I released as like an announcement for part 2. I should talk about that too, because that one was fun to do. I think once I get through a few more comments, I might talk about that for a bit. Woohoo! Part 2. Fuck, 2.5 hours. More hype. Shortest deltarune theory. Wake up, babe. New 2.5 hour deltarune theory to watch 3 times in the next week. Evil mollystars viewers. I enjoy deltarune a normal amount. You hate to see it. What is Starwalker? It's the original Starwalker. I don't know. It just is what it is. Yeah, JFB is popping off right now. I'll let JFB cook. Something I never really see, but the shadow crystals being only visible by their shadow in the dark world, but being glass, which has no shadow in the light world, which is incredibly fascinating to me. That is really interesting, yeah. I mean, is it ever? I don't think it's ever mentioned if it has a shadow in the light world. Consider some glasses seem to disappear when submerged in water. Huh. This implies that there is some kind of part of a whole object that exists in multiple dimensions. I want to with only certain aspects of it existing in each dimension. That's interesting to think about, actually. Like, the shadow exists in the dark world, but the like the glass itself exists in the light world. Huh. The shadow crystal is still weird to me. Yeah, I think some more attention could be called to, like, what the fuck those crystals are, like, physically, because, like... The thing that gets me about it in the light world is, like, the thing with, like, it feels like glass, but... Like, implying that it feels like glass, but that it might actually be something that isn't glass necessarily. Which is, like, what does that mean, then? Yeah, like a very four-dimensional object in 3D space. That's kind of what it feels like. It's so fucking weird. Oh man, this they talk about this for a while here. Makes sense. This is one of the more liked comments. Potter seems to be weirdly associated with dark worlds. Like someone else pointed out that in the comments somewhere, you could kind of hear what sounds like sea waves when Chris is first waking up in the dark world. The mysterious chair and the sweepstakes make similar ambient sounds from it in Waterfall. Yeah. Like an aura geyser, both of them correlated to water. Oh my god, I think it's sea glass. Huh. I'll have to search that up in a bit, but hang on. What's the deal with ocean and water? I don't know. There's a lot of connections between, like, darkness And deltarune and water. There's a lot of them. I think it's something that I want to touch on in part 3 as well, because there's definitely some connection to make there. And I think it does mean something thematically overall, but like there's something that kind of ties it all together. Moisture theory. True. My theory? Says Moist. Moist deltarune theorist arc? Could it be? I think Moist is canon to everything, honestly, if you think about it. Deltarune wet theory? That sounds like what... That sounds like if RTVS made a deltarune theory. Deltarune wet theory. Like if instead of the Spamton Value Network, they had to like make a fake theory video as like the sweepstakes finale. Oh, the Chad mod. My brain went to the Jabroni Mike character. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion here, like, you know, about like dark worlds and being related to water, which is something I do want to touch on in part 3 potentially. It's such a weird connection, because I wonder what the fuck it could mean. There's a lot of comments on this. It's interesting to see, like, just a whole theorizing discussion happen in these comments. I really like it, honestly. I mean, since it's not addressed to me directly, I think I could leave it as is, but I really appreciate seeing that people are, like, discussing it in the comments more, like, formally. The weird thing about the soul thing from the Susie battle in Chapter 1 is the fact that we actually see and have control over Susie is away from where the soul is. From what I remember, Ralze is literally the only force that can separate the player from Chris's soul, at least for now. Yeah, in a way. When Chris removes their own soul, we can't see what they're doing because we're stuck looking at where the soul is. When the group diverges in both chapters, we're always with Chris because they are the ones which were inhabiting or at least controlling the soul, but then Ralze just decides that now we're gonna see Susie's adventures. And yeah, we got a comment about this earlier, which again, it is weird because it kind of implies that the soul and the camera are separate things, but that only Ralze can, like, change your perspective with the soul still being intact. Why do we see weird shit in the crystal/glass? I don't know. I think Weasel made a video recently about it, or Weasel's been talking about it, I think, in a few servers. And I do like Weasel's interpretation of it. That it's basically like that the shadow crystals and like what we see in them could be like the squandered dreams of a lightener. Yeah, Weasel's one of the other Deltarune theory channel. Yeah, they haven't released it yet, but I know they've been talking about it in a few places. But I think didn't Weasel make like a video recently about like the nature of darkness and shit in Deltarune? There was something like that. I have to catch up on that. Yeah, I like Weasel's videos. I think Weasel has some pretty like cool perspectives on like the lore and everything. Molly has gotten water in this very stream, and it was raining today too. Maybe it's all a sign. If the menus are diegetic and the soul doesn't follow the camera, does the soul in the choice boxes not count as the soul? I don't know. I mean, I always assumed that it's still kind of counted in like a weird sort of extra-dimensional way. Like, not physically speaking, but like it exists like kind of in that direction without having to move like in the actual like sort of tangible world of the game, if that makes sense. The icon could be different, yeah. Yeah, it's like more of a cursor. It's probably not meant to be like directly analyzed necessarily. Yeah, this one also kind of goes on back and forth. I feel like the Susie segments are voluntary on Chris's part and not Rousey. How long has it been now? Oh god, nearly 3 hours, wow. I'm gonna try to get through a few more, and I might take a break soon. But I'm still gonna be going through for a while. If I've learned anything from part 1 streams, it's my endurance is pretty fucking long. As long as I have, you know, like plenty of water to drink and everything. The pace is slow but nice. Yeah, that's what I'm going for anyway. I'm not rushing through these. I want to kind of just take my time with these because I'm not intending to get through these in like only 2 or 3 streams. We're in it. I might dip into do important work though. Yeah, that makes sense. You've been doing a lot of game dev stuff, I think, lately. I don't know how much you can do yet, though. Just kind of reading through these to see if I can see anything more about them. Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of like not directly addressed to me here, but I'll address this comment by itself because I did see another comment about it, and I do find it still interesting that, like, the implication that the perspective and the soul could be different. That, like, your control over Chris and what you actually see in the game can be, like, separated by Rousey. It might be something that could be exploited later by other characters, potentially, but I'm not sure. But it's something that I still think about. And it's like, you know, what could that imply potentially? Okay, just saying the new save system doesn't come in until you get everything from the classroom and use it to add all the stuff to the town at the beginning of chapter 2. This is weird because when I did my last playthrough of it, I still got the new save menu even before I had like taken everything from the unused classroom. Though from what I could gather, apparently it's like something that might have changed between versions because it doesn't show the 3 save files in someone else's playthrough from like way earlier when the game probably first came out. You'd assume the perspective would be controlled by the spooky Gaster interface. Yeah, which, like... I mean, hey, if you want more fuel for the fact that Rousey and Gaster probably are in some sort of cahoots, maybe, then I guess there's that, but... It's definitely just interesting that he has that kind of control over what the player sees, on like a normal routes at least. Unless it's something like determination that affects a meta-level property of the game that manifests as an in-universe force. Yeah, maybe. It could be like something like that. Okay, but what if Rousey is Gaster? But what if Gaster was a furry? That's it, I cracked Gaster. I've officially solved it. He was a furry before the accident. Now he's a burnt fur. that your fucking persona? That's cringe. You're cringe. I'm very glad I picked this music for this stream. It'll probably be using like a variety of different like Yamaniki fan game music for these streams because like that's kind of the vibe. Alright. More hype. Also, please drop the Lantern remix. I already did. Is it just a bunch of Yumi Nikki Tuki stuff? I think this is mainly Yumi Tuki, these two videos, but this is this has more variety. Yeah, this has like this video in particular, it's got like 3 hours of like a Yumenishi, Yume Shiki, Dot Flow, LCD Dem, Uneven Dream. Whole bunch of stuff. I'm stealing this place for the RAM dev stream. Oh, you're still doing one tomorrow. Nice. I might hop on for that tomorrow then, before my D&D session. I gotta say, the reason I'm doing these on Friday, I have D&D sessions now, so Saturdays are my D&D days. But Fridays are still for the most part free, more or less. Most other days are free really, but I feel like most people aren't really available on like weekdays. So I tend to like avoid those and just kind of stick to weekends. What about your moisty days? That's every day, SMH. Okay, I don't think the light world love being different from dark world LV is why it's called false LV. What's your favorite D&D class? Oh, it's hard to say. I like a lot of the classes, honestly. I do have a lot of fun with Artificer, though. And right now I've been playing a Paladin. I do like Paladins a lot. Also Clerics. Man, Clerics are like viewed as like the healer class. The Clerics fuck shit up, dude. Like, I don't know, depending on what the subclass you pick for Clerics, you can like do so much goddamn damage, it's not even funny. And then Paladins are just like, fucking... they're scary. And I just think Artificers are fucking cool. I really like the concept of them. I don't think the light world love being different from... Yeah, because I think the false LV code handles the LV for your titles and the power stats menu, but the actual stats buffs are, if I remember the Half-Bred LV video correctly, something called Fountain Level Up. Yeah, it was something like that if I recall. Though again, this was like, I think, a remnant from the, from like, I think before Half-Bred had made that video. So, like, you know, I had like a general idea for what was going on with it, but I think Half-Bred went into like a lot more detail about it. I think it was one of those things that, like, you know, I had a good idea of, but I figured, you know, I don't need to go too much into detail other than basically like, hey, love and level are not like the same thing in this game, which is you know, that concept on its own is notable, even if like the way it's like done in the code is like fucking weird and in like different stats and shit. If we got our love up in the light world, would we be stronger in the dark worlds too? That is an interesting thought as well. Although, I mean, I personally think that, like, they probably are separate. I could see it also being that, like, like, you know, your strength in the light world could reflect in the dark world. I mean, with the way that Susie acts in the light world and the fact that she ends up, like, immediately right out the gate being much more, like, stronger. And, like, you know, more able to, like, do a lot more... I mean, she's basically, like, the damage dealer, I think, of the party. Considering her abilities in the Dark World. So maybe there's, like, a bit of a reflection there. I don't know. Why is Berkeley so fucking strong right away? Don't you know? It's because of his super high super IQ. Birdley is a gamer. Birdley is a gamer. Birdley pumped up his stats at the arcade like in Persona 5. Okay, gonna try to get through a few more for good measure. The QR code TV seems to be speaking in Morse code. I'm not joking, it really sounds like one. Can someone translate it, please? The intro to this vid is fucking sick, thank you. I'm so pumped to see this. More hype. The Spamp Tom bootleg. Awesome. What the fuck was that comment from part 1 again? Female humanized Lightner Spampton, or something like that. Can't wait for a MatPat video going the mollystars lore solved. If MatPat makes a video on me, oh, that'd be so funny. Let the Gaster-induced madness begin. It's been going for probably like fucking 8 years at this point. Liberal spamped. Jokes on you, already did while waiting. What did I say here?
Get out if you want a more in-depth look at how songs like Another Hymn, Man.OG.
Oh. Okay, he watched the intro video already while waiting for mine. Cool. Or they, I don't know. Hell yeah! Intro in all caps. Hell yeah! Recently saw your part 1. Love someone who nerds about in-game lore and theories like I do. Great video, my friend. Thank you. In first 40 minutes of the video, I've already found some strange TV picture and some game about fish. Interesting. Yeah, the fish thing, I think that that was one of my friends' one of my patrons' secrets. Did you know there are 7 secrets that my patrons inserted in this video? See if you could find them all. More hype, more hype, more hype. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yippee! Part 2. Congratulations on getting this video out. Your theory is so unique and your style is so fun to watch. Thank you. I think that's Morse code, but honestly I have no clue how to decode. Still nice video so far. Is this referring to the QR code? Yes. Some Gaster-like Matisse stuff that might be interesting. I've watched that. Yeah, no one's found the... Yeah, Andrew said it. Nobody's found the Gastervid's Peepus secret yet. That is insane to me. Andrew, I think you, like, accidentally managed to, like, hit the fucking gold mine with, like, your secret where it's, like, it's not too difficult to find, but it's also probably just so hidden in plain sight that, like, I think that is, like, it's just somehow slipped everyone's fucking mind. I don't know how you did it. Yeah, like, that's insane. Like, the video's been out for, like, what, 3-4 months now or something? I think divine intervention for the yellow soul might only apply for the yellow soul. In Undertale, that's the only soul mode that's more based on technology after all. That makes sense. Oh, yeah. I accidentally clicked on my Discord window. I could see that being the case, that only the yellow soul is like a case of that, potentially. Yeah, well, future soul mods are based on items or magic. I could see that, yeah. I think future soul modes could totally be like, you know, like again, just like the result of, like the boss or like some other entity, like affecting your soul mode in a way. Because a lot of the other soul modes in Undertale were like, directly caused by the boss. The QR code just takes me to a TV that flashes. Does that mean anything? I don't know, does it? Nam yam yavi video essay, thank you. Spampton bless, thank you. This makes me think about if the exhausted state happens because Chris is moving while not in a battle state or not. Oh yeah, I remember this comment. This was really interesting to think about. Like, that the exhausted state is because basically, like, when they take the soul out, they're in their battle state, essentially. Like, technically. And so they're basically, like, walking against, like, the function of their state. It's like a statue trying to move, I guess, is, like, what they're kind of trying to imply. Which is, like, which is really interesting to think about. You need to have a David Lynch PNG on hand for when people ask questions you don't want to answer. You're right, Andrew, I need to do that. Fuck, hang on, I need to do something. I need to do something. You gave me a really good idea. That's really good. Hang on, I need to... Okay, this is stupid, hang on, but I think it's just really funny. Why do I have to go all the way to... What? If I can... Oh, I don't know what that did. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. This is stupid. This should not be funny. Okay, and hang on, I have to filters, chroma key. The QR code just takes me to a TV that flashes. Does that mean anything? I hate this bit. Fuck. The music done really well with that. That's what made me laugh. It's like you fucking got summoned. Fuck, that's really good. You absorb reply. god. Okay. I need to move on though. Ugh. Okay, yeah, this comment, I do like this comment a lot because, like, because I hadn't thought about this, like, I do like this idea a lot because, like, because I think, like, because I never really thought about the idea that, like, when they take the soul out, that they're basically technically in the battle state, like, in a gameplay sense. Like, I guess it would help if we saw what RPG style battle scenes are like in the light world, and if they can even happen. Yeah, I like the idea that, like, when they take the soul out, that it's basically like they're moving against the function of the state that they're in. I don't know if that's what Toby's going for, but I think it's a really interesting idea, honestly. I don't think we'll really get any battles in the light world, honestly, but I would like... It is something that I like to think about. I don't know, I think it's just a really cool interpretation. I'm all for it, honestly, personally. Yeah, I don't know. I really like it. I might even touch on this like elsewhere, but I think it's a really interesting way to put it. Yeah, I really like the comment a lot. I was eagerly awaiting this video, and so far it does not disappoint. Thank you, thank you. Let's go! Moving on. I like to point out that in Delta Chapter 2, Rowsley back looks like upside down smiley face. Hmm? Rowsley's back looks like an upside down smiley face. Does it now? Hang on. Spread resource time, let's go. Deltarune. Oh yeah, a little bit. Hang on. Oh no, wait, these aren't official sprites. Where's the official sprites? Okay, hang on. So they're talking about over here. If I could, like... It's gonna be a little blurry, but they're talking about, like, here. How, like, there's, like, these two lines going over. Which, it does sort of look like that, but I think it's just a really specific interpretation. I don't think it's intentional necessarily, but I never thought of it that way. Yeah, I think it's a coincidence more than anything. Yeah, it's a bit of a reach, but it is an interesting way to look at it. I never thought of it that way, personally. I'm just kind of more like, oh, huh. The golden age of creepypasta was my favorite part of the internet, to be honest. Yeah, I do miss it a good bit, honestly. Temmie would have been playing 5D chess otherwise. I mean, she did say she's scarier than Gaster, so who knows? Maybe she is. There has never been a coincidence in the Toby Fox game. There has never been. Just like how there's never been a coincidence in a David Lynch film. Ever. Not one, ever. There are no coincidences in Twin Peaks. I can imagine the soul appearing noise when the lynch sensor comes in. I am glad that I mean I think more comments that are gonna talk about the intermission are gonna touch on it, but I'm glad that the intermission especially kind of I think resonated with people. If I have to say anything about part 2, I think the intermission was like my favorite part that I've done, and that was completely like impromptu. Like that wasn't in the script until I pretty much got to that point in the editing timeline, and then I'm like, man, I need to expand on this bit when I talk about the Delta cast, because like fuck. Oh, what the fuck? True. Andrew has provided a very, very interesting resource. Now, if I could get to open it in a different window. Okay. 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 Hang on. Where'd it go? There it is. Andrew has provided this. Please be Gaster Lynch. Hang on. He has no background. Thank you, Andrew, for this. I know what, please be Gaster Lynch, someone said. This is a Joel bit. This isn't a German dude. This is a Joel bit. This is a Vinesauce Joel bit. This is a... Hang on. Color correction. To okay. Hello, Timeless. We're having a normal one here. Oh. Well, yeah, it's a normal one. That's what I'm saying. Oh my god, that just makes it disappear. Cool. Hang on. Fuck it, we're going full on with this bit. If we're gonna do this. There we go. Remember when this was a comment? We'll get back to that. I may as well go one full with the bit. Hang on. Miss. And only stream watchers are cats. I should probably take a little break soon anyway, so. Okay, hang on, and I should do one more little thing to give this a bit of room. Maybe a little more room. Like about here. And then perfect. 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 There we go. Perfect. Thank you all for this. Now you have Dealcaster. You know David Lynch watches your videos, right? He's probably here right now. Well, I hope he appreciates the Goner Lynch. I hope he does. Listen, I like to think this is like positive thoughts about David Lynch here. After that post about like someone trying to kill him with like negative thoughts, I think he needs it. We're countering the psychic attack. Molly, what the fuck were the names we got? It was Evil's Presley, William the Foe. There was another one. Oh, Jim Scary. That's the third one. This PNG will turn into a tulpa within 3 streams if not contained. It's rude to talk about someone who's listening. Google tells me he's a filmmaker. Okay, for context, David Lynch is a very surrealist filmmaker. He has made things like Eraserhead and Twin Peak and a lot of other shit. He's made a lot of very surreal stuff, and the thing with him that I find so funny is he talks in such a way and he expresses himself in such a way that people have only described as Lynchian. Nobody talks like he does. And the bit that I do at the beginning of part 2 with David Lynch is because when he made that video, it just happened to be on, I think, the day of Chapter 2's release. And that's why I used this fucking video at the beginning of part 2, is because I just realized, oh shit, this isn't part 2's release. Chapter 2 released on a Friday, once again. But, yeah, okay, I should get back onto it, though. I'll read a few more, and then I'm gonna take, like, a proper break to get some more water and stuff. Do they call it Twin Peaks because it's peak? Yeah, kinda. I mean, Season 1 definitely was. Season 2 was kind of a little bit weird, but then Season 3 was, like, fucking crazy. Season 3 being The Return. Yeah, Season 2 gets kind of weird, though, because it was kind of made, like, against, like, Lynch's, like, initial, like, idea for the show. He kind of didn't want there to be a Season 2, but, like, you know how it is. The network, like, fucking wanted a second season. So they're like, ah, shit, fine. I'm too obsessed with making things that I barely enjoy anything unless it's deltarune related. I feel that, yeah. You get so kind of, like, wrapped up in making stuff that it's, like, it gets kind of difficult to, like, actually get into, like, playing and watching other media when you're focusing so much on the one that you're making, and that's fair. Um, yeah, this will be brought up later, though. The Golden Age of Creepypasta and the intermission, like... I think, like, part 2 was... I think my favorite part of part 2 was the intermission, and that was, like, completely fucking... like, spontaneous. Like, I hadn't gotten the idea for it until I got to that part in the editing timeline, and, like... I don't know what it was, but something about, like, that DeltaCast clip that I had recorded way back in March, I was just like, you know, I want to, like, expand more on that, because it's like, what the fuck? Like, there's something about how, like, that part of the internet, that, like, age of the internet, and, like, just, like, kind of creepypasta stuff in general back then, like, I feel like there's a weird amount of overlap between that and, like, the weird route. And, like, Noelle, especially as a character. It's so interesting to think about, honestly. But yeah. I'll touch on it more, but I think it was my favorite part about it. I don't know much about DeltaCast. DeltaCast was a podcast that Mystic Slang did after the sweepstakes concluded. Mystic was on there, Halfbread was on there, Jaru, Andrew, Dorked, Outsin, and Shay were all on that podcast. And they basically just spent all that time, like, talking about the sweepstakes, and Deltarune in general. And fun fact, I helped edit, I think, part 2 of it. Or it might have been, like, another part as well, but I mainly remember part 2 because that's the one that's on Halfbread's channel. There's a few little bits from me on there. You can actually find the Spampton M. Spampton, Molly Spampton, somewhere in there. Try to see if you could find her. But, there will definitely be another DeltaCast, guys. I mean, that's up to Mystic, or, like, whoever decides to, start the next one. Where is the Tuki music? Right here. But yeah, I really like the intermission in general. I've said I'll host it if Mystic doesn't want to, yeah. Next DeltaCast with Molly? I mean, I think with how many people have said that they want me on one. I mean, honestly, I mean, sure. I think I would be available for one, you know, if we can, like, schedule it and everything. That would be really fucking cool. Would Chapter 3 be cast-worthy? Chapters 3 through 5, I think there would be, like, enough for, like, I think 3 DeltaCasts, honestly. Like, holy shit. Will Varg Skeletor be in the next... Will Joel be on the next DeltaCast? Oh man, that'd be awesome. But yeah, I really enjoy the intermission in general. Working on it. I think that's honestly, like, by far, like, my favorite part of part 2. And the thing is, I think if I were to say anything about part 3, I want... the main reason I'm even, like, trying to rework part 3 is because I want more of whatever part 2 was. More of whatever the intermission of part 2 was. I want to lean more into that in part 3. And kind of like just do more of that. Whatever the fuck that was. Like, I can't really replicate it, but I think in part 3, like, the reason why I want to rework it is, like, I want more of that kind of, like, spontaneous, like, letting my mind just, like, wander in, like, a structured way, like I did with the intermission. With, like, a hint of, like, you know, I guess personal, I guess, like, a bit of, like, you know, like, personal, like, projection, I suppose. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it, and I'm really glad that people have, like, said it's their favorite part as well, because, like, it does give me some hope for how part 3 might do. I'm excited to work on it once I feel ready. Holy shit. Green being a color associated with meta stuff could be a very, very interesting theory if you consider the character most associated with the color green thus far. Luigi. Super Luigi in real life. This comment, hello? Mousewires, Cyberfield, Cakes, Hackerman, Cool Skateboarding Game, Rudin, Hathy, Music Shop, Moss, Rudin Bakery, Worm, Elegant Set of Trash Machine, Leaf, Button Glow, Box Puzzle, Chalkboard, some green picture in Ellie's classroom, outside a library, bushes near school, green guy, green car, books, grass, stand with book about storage, Birdly, trashy traffic lights, info billboard, welcome to the city sign, ambulance, rotating block, rectangular round bell, up, down, going, green part, looking real sinister. Jesus. Okay. We've made it like not like super far in comments, but honestly I'm pretty okay with like where we are currently. For 3.5 hours, this is where we are now. I mean, we started more so like around the hour mark, I'd say. Hour and 10, hour and 20. We've gotten through all of this in like maybe like what, 2.5 hours? Pretty decent, I think, so far. Taking our time, but I like it. I can't properly process more, so if anyone knows, please tell me. Surely I wouldn't know anything about that. Surely. Your videos are generally one of the best deltarune analyses around, especially with presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to take a little break, because I need to get some more water. Oh. Yeah, I think it's been a good bit. I haven't taken a break, like, gotten away from my desk so far, so I'm going to take a little break for now, and, get some more water. If you need to refill water, snacks, whatever the fuck, that would be a good time. Now would be a pretty good time to do that. Stream big should be a big image of Andrew Lynch. Andrew Lynch. I'm just imagining Andrew Cunningham in like a fucking Yeek cosplay. He's like in his like 60s now. And he's like, hello, Ramheads. Today is September 29, 2023. And if you can believe it, it's a Friday once again. That's awesome. I think that's really funny. You're good. David Lynch thank him with heart emojis. Yeah, I'm going to take a little break now. I'm out of water, so I'm going to refill on water. And take it easy and stuff. Refill on snacks if you need to. Refill on water as well if you need to. I'm gonna be back though. We're gonna be still reading a few more. I'm bailing to great stream, Molly. Thank you. I'm not gonna be done yet though. I think we could go for like another hour, maybe. We'll see. I need to get dinner. I'll still be going for a bit, so just taking like a little break to get some more water. But I think I got like another hour, maybe 2 in me at most. We'll see. All right. I will be right back. Bye. Hello, hello, I'm back now. My phone was starting to get pretty low in battery, so we're gonna be without the VTuber for the remainder of the stream, but that's alright. Still gonna be taking it easy. Welcome. We should have David as our VTuber. True. Maybe I will. I'll just put Lynch in the corner here. That's it. That's my PNG tuber. All right. He has escaped his containment. I just came back and I got so scared when David Lynch moved, I almost fell over. Scary. This is so scary, I'm crying right now. Don't ever do that again. I apologize. I'm drinking peach water. I don't know what this shit is. Alright. Molly, you need a content warning before scary shit like that. I apologize. Next time I'll do a content warning for Goner Lynch. Alright. I think I'll be back on it. How are we doing anyway on the stream? 55. We're doing pretty alright, I'd say. Okay. It's getting a little later, so, you know, people are going to bed and all, but I'll be still going for, let's say, about another hour till about midnight my time. The David Lynch isn't real, right? You just made him up to scare me, right, Molly? Noel would think Goner Lynch is scary in a comforting way. I'd agree. My time, Omori. Alright, we'll be back on the comments now, while chat recovers from Goner Lynch. Why is this so scary, though? Again, I don't know. There was something about just like deciding, hey, you know what? I just want to fucking make part 2 a little spooky because of the weird root and everything. I'm not really sure what it is, but I think it ultimately worked to its benefit, but to like, kind of give part 2 its own kind of like weird identity compared to part 1. I feel like part 1 kind of had this weird like a kind of grandiose feel to it in a way, where, you know, like it kind of just felt like looking at it like in the bigger picture and, you know, kind of giving it this weird like sort of surreal vibe. But then part 2 was more spooky but still surreal. And then part 3, I don't know what part 3 will be like. It's gonna be weird. I think part 3 is gonna kind of like still have a bit of the spookiness, but it'll feel kind of maybe more Goner Lynch needs a cameo on part 3. I'm sure I'll find some place for it somewhere. Ah, fuck, this is one of those comments that got like fucked up. Hang on, let me find your comment. What's her channel name? I need to find this comment because YouTube does this thing sometimes where like hang on, comments. Maybe if I go to hang on, I'll have to look for your comment because I'm not sure what it is, but can I do that? Can I look for a specific comment? Can I find a... Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'll have to do this just in case I get a comment that's like fucking... that YouTube like doesn't let me do the read more on. Okay, I find it strange that you didn't mention what happens if you check the body of Neo just after you put the disc in. Like, Chris is pissed. They kick it and punch it and stuff. Yeah, I mentioned this in the corrections thing. Like, I kind of found it interesting, but it could be either, like, aggressive, or it could be just more so making sure that it is or isn't working. Just kind of like, you know, if I hit the TV hard enough, maybe it'll, like, you know, maybe it'll work. So maybe they were, like, really mad, but maybe they weren't. I feel like for me it's kind of hard to tell for sure. Yeah, like, they were confused as to why nothing was happening. I want to thank you for giving me countless hours of entertainment with your deltarune series. Thank you so much. I'm really glad you feel that way. I really appreciate it, honestly. Part 3 is warm and cozy but surreal. Yeah, maybe something like that. Did you get to reading my follow-up comments? I'm not sure, did I? When did you make your comment, Puddle? Like, was it like a month ago, or... Okay. Might as well read this other one, or... Hi, David Lynch, big fan. Okay. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it in general. It's like, I think it is interesting, but it's hard to tell if it's like, you know, aggressive or more so just kind of confusion. Chapter 0, believe, is where you at? Oh, is that what Kara says at the end of it? This is alluding to when I'm like talking about power and if that means anything. It could be both. Like, fucking word. Yeah, maybe. It totally could be both too, honestly. I genuinely don't believe there's a world that it's not an emotional reaction. I think it is emotional, but like whether it's like aggressive or more so just like, why is this not working? Just kind of like confused rather than like frustrated necessarily. But I don't know. Does Kara say this at the end? That like the purpose of the reincarnation was power? It's been a bit since I've seen that the genocide ending to Undertale. That's really interesting though, if so. Yeah, they say that. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's your fiddle there. Maybe Kara has something to do with it after all, though. I don't know. I'm kind of doubtful about Kara like having significance in deltarune necessarily. I'm not sure what's going on in this comment. The sexto Caroho. Caroho. I'm not really sure what to make of that. Ain't no way. I wasn't sure if it was like referencing something or if it's another language. What? What? No way, David Lynch. It's David Lynch in chat, holy fuck. I'm assuming it probably means like let's fucking go or something. Oh, it's Friday. But holy shit, David Lynch? This is awesome. Thank you, my love. I need my meds, someone said. Oh my god. No fucking way. Deltarune chapter 3 featuring David Lynch coming soon? Oh my god. I think it means 6th. Fuck. Like it didn't get first comment. My comment got cut off, let me continue. Kara genocide dialogue at the end says they woke by their determination by using her determination, they reanimated. Yeah, I do remember that bit of it. I just didn't think that, I just forgot that the wording like, specifically like mentioned power. Yeah, anyway, holy fuck guys, you heard it from the man himself. Chapter 3 with David Lynch is coming soon. Crazy. Huh, what the fuck? Ever heard of music in these long-form analysis vids is always a must for some reason, and I couldn't for the life of me be happier. Huh. Okay, what the fuck? Some, like, Everhood drama, I guess. Everhood took the original song Noise Gate and slightly mixed it without the creator's permission. The Everhood devs didn't make that track. They were unaware that the person who did mix that track didn't get Kid Caliber's permission. Someone they commissioned music from did. Ah, that's fucked. That's fucked. Yeah, that is pretty fucked up. Yeah. That kind of sucks. Yeah, pretty much. I guess the devs kind of got like fucked over. That sucks though. Okay, for my follow-up comment, let me sum it up. Every optional bus thus far has a profession that involves influence. That is true, yeah. Because, I mean, Jubble's a jester and Spampton is, you know, a salesman, more or less. That is interesting to think about. That... I think, this is true, I actually have dream powers, says David Lynch. I mean, what? No, I don't. You guys didn't see that. You're right, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Every optional boss does have like a is kind of like associated with something that involves like influencing other people. I mean, if in chapter 3 we get like another thing related to that, then I mean, maybe. I think if in chapter 3 we get another thing that's like, you know, a boss that has a profession involving like influence, then I think there's definitely like a pattern to make there. There's like a surprising amount of shit with the secret bosses that it's like, you know, there's like almost a pattern, but because we're missing like a third chapter, it's hard for me to really like say that confidently. Love it, thank you. Well, that's a Technoblade reference. What did I say here?
This nightmare, which I...
Oh yeah, because I'm so good at video games. I never really watched Technoblade, so it must have been unintentional, but... Damn. This was just fucking based. Thank you so much. I mean, don't plan on watching this now, so I'm leaving it on loop and muted in another tab, as well as this comment from the algorithm. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Fuck. When chapters 2 through 5 come out, we will have no doubt anymore what is and isn't a pattern. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're so early that I can't really like be confident in like what will and won't be a pattern. We're in this like weird purgatory of like there's some stuff that feels confirmed, but then other stuff that it's like maybe it leads somewhere, but maybe it won't. So I don't know. Chapter 6 and 7 are going to be completely different structurally. I can see that. That could be a reason why that could be like at least a reason why Toby's like deciding to make that like a separate drop, because they might be just completely non-standard chapters. But who knows? Okay, God, the topic of creepypasta and Gradius games nostalgia honestly made me a little emotional. Especially the part about Teos Doll and Some Ordinary Gamers. Did we have the same fucking childhood? I mean, I guess. I get really nostalgic about Tales Doll specifically, man. I love old creepypastas. They're so dumb. Like, I mean, you know, obviously, you know, there was a lot that I was like freaked out by. But like, you know, as a kid. But I look back now and it's just kind of, why did Some Ordinary Gamers have to fall off? I like some of his videos now. I mean, there was a point I kind of stopped watching because I think he kind of just like decided to go to like the daily slop category that like I guess like Pyro and Critical do, and it's like, you know, I can't really talk shit about it, honestly. I don't mind it. There was one thing he said on Twitter a while ago. I'm fucking whatever. Was he one of those people? I don't know, but also I'm on stream, so I feel like really that's something I had no idea they actually like said that about fucking Hogwarts Legacy. Jesus. I mean, the last thing I remember seeing him say, like, I think on Twitter, that kind of... Yeah, I think sometimes it's like, he usually has, like, pretty okay takes on stuff, honestly. But, like, you know, sometimes, like, you know, he'll say something and I'm like, eh, I don't know about that, but... But I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, you should share all your political views, beliefs, address, and your credit card on stream. True. Some of his political takes just scream edgy internet veteran, though. I mean, I don't know him personally, so it's like I don't really care at the same time as well. Like, I don't know. Someone I watch makes a dumb take, it is what it is. I don't know them personally, so it's not like I feel like personally affected. It's just kind of like, I don't fuck with that, but you do you. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, I just kind of miss a lot of like that internet era in general back then, where it was kind of just like, you know, I don't know, internet horror was so weird back then, and I kind of miss some parts about it. But I also appreciate like, I guess there is like a lot of stuff I appreciate about internet horror now, though. Only Moist will get to play Chapter 3 when it's out. Molly works at Toby Fox. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, but like... I mean, I think, fucking... Sometimes this music is almost like too chilled, like I find myself like spacing out a bit. Oh, have you heard, Molly, by the by, about Royal Scientists? Oh, I've known. I think like since like roughly around Chapter 2's release, I've known. When analog horror wasn't instantly overdone, it was really fun to like pass on. Yeah, I think internet horror is still really good now, honestly. I think it's especially good. Pets Cop was fucking peak, though, I agree. Especially after watching Expo's video on it, and like, I'm excited for the next part of that series that Expo's doing on it, but like... Pets Cop is a modern Marble Hornets. I mean, Marble Hornets was already modern, but like, I feel like Pets Cop is like... It has like a similar thing to Marble Hornets, of like that feels like fundamentally like a cornerstone of internet horror now. Hopefully he actually does a part 2. It is! He is. I think he even posted a thing on Twitter. The Expo said the next part's coming out like October 27th or something. I mean, Marble Hornets is still modern, but I feel like compared to like what internet horror is now, it's just kind of like... You could tell it's like a different era at this point. Like, there's still it's still obviously like, you know, something that I think people get inspired by, but I feel like now it's like, you know, more so being inspired by like Pets Cop or something like Local 58 or the Walton Files or something. That's like often, I think, the inspirations I probably will end up hearing. I mean, yeah, the Blair Witch Project was also like a cornerstone, like I think for the found footage genre, but I think Marble Hornets was like the cornerstone of like horror, like on the internet. Yeah, modern is such a weird word now, like in the perspective of the internet, just in general. Like 2008 doesn't feel as modern, because tech has like improved so fucking quickly. I feel like there hasn't really been any single one sort of Marble Hornets or Pets Cop for analog horror. I suppose, yeah, in a way, like nothing that's like, you know, like the cornerstone. There's a lot of like cool stuff I've seen out of analog horror, but nothing that's like, you know, I look at it and I'm like, is the stream about deltarune? It is. I'm just taking it easy. I'm slow with the comments. We should get back to them soon, though. It's about David Lynch. I should get back to the comments though real quick and see if I can get through a good few more of them, so while y'all talk. I need to play Tuki again. I haven't played Yume Tuki in a long time, but I do need to get back to playing Yume Nikki fan games soon. If I ever manage to get through the comments in like just a few streams, I might end up streaming something like either that or Voices of the Void or something. Like if I manage to get through all the comments in like 2 or 3 streams. Didn't Andrew say he might stream Tuki soon? Did Andrew say that? I'm not sure. It would be interesting if he did though. It'd be pretty cool if he did, I think. Oh, I'm so ready. Thank you. Nice ARG, man. Shit, wrong account. Thanks, David Lynch. Listen, I say he would play Yume Nikki. Hold on, sorry, you're saying that Spampton wanted to be like us, to be a human in our world, and what would he do then? Make Spampton sweepstakes? Oh wait, we already saw that. What if Spampton sweepstakes are a scenario where Spampton succeeded? Maybe? I haven't really thought too much about like the canonicity of like what the fuck the Spampton sweepstakes are. I don't really think they're canon in like a normal sense, like the sweepstakes themselves are. But I think the blog posts at least are for sure. I haven't really thought about that too much. That's weird. Not just tomorrow since it's already pretty late for me. But no matter if I'll enjoy it or very enjoy it, I want to say that we all, your subs and YouTube main page newcomers, I appreciate your work very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The alternate version of Welcome to the Say is actually sped up in the game as opposed to the files to be only somewhat slower than normal. Yeah, I do remember that. Like in the game, it plays at a slightly different speed, but the Weird Rod version is like actually, it's like more of a remix. There's like genuinely like stuff like it's like rearranged. Yeah, the sweepstakes kind of feel more like a what if. There's always weird stuff in deltarune Undertale with songs playing at different speeds in the game than the speed actually used in the game files. I've seen many videos here on YouTube with the song version of the game files and the in-game ones. I do find it weird how that tends to keep happening because, like, yeah, there's a faster version of the files like Cyber City Old, if it's from a Twitter teaser, yeah. I wonder what it is with the songs always being like that. It's like, I think it's one of those cases of like Toby making the song, but then like as he's about to put it in the game, he realizes, but what if I made it kind of faster or slower? Like at the very last second. Because it's a weirdly common thing I notice in both games. Like the song in the game is slightly different than like in the OST. Like on streaming and stuff. The Jevil item isn't 100% permanent. It checks whether you've beaten him on any chapter 1 save, but if you delete your chapter 1 saves, you don't get the item anymore. Well, yeah, as long as you have the save, it does that. That is true. Huh. If you get the Jevil item on a save where you didn't beat Jevil and then delete the Jevil beating save, does that item containing save files still hold up the Jevil continuity for future save slots? Huh. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty woozy myself, honestly. I'm like kind of really fucking relaxed. I mean, usually videos like this, they don't really like put me to sleep as much as they just kind of calm me down. I mean, I think with sleeping, like, I need to like fucking like have nothing going on. Like, sleeping kind of helps play your breakcore playlists. Play every single almond break in my almond breaks folder at once. If Snack You Midnight Snaps was a common reading stream, oh, I like that. I like that comparison. I have to watch it, but Saying I might break this the whole rosary. Awesome. I don't know. I guess someone try that out. I mean, I imagine if you delete that save file, it probably does like reverse that flag or something. But I don't know. That would be interesting to try out potentially. Love the video. Really captured the vibe of the sweepstakes as it was happening with the montage. Thank you so much. Okay, we got a longer one. Can you tell how like rambling? Can you tell? Still, your theory content is some of the best ones I've seen on Deltarune and Undertale, and I've seen hundreds. Thank you, thank you. I personally am considering the possibility of Deltarune acting as a survey program created by the entity, be it Gaster or not. It's possible that Gaster, Dog, and Toby are all interconnected, but that's a story for another day. I am fully ready for some of the characters to completely disconnect us from the world at some point. I wouldn't mind it as an ending either. Maybe the fact that there's a save point already called Chris hints at the previous iteration of the survey, while the prophecy has loads of interesting details that are fun to interpret in some ways. Okay, well, I'm not expecting the actual execution of the lore to be super meta. I am pretty certain that the lore itself is meta. By the way, the random capitalization of words is based on the game itself, such as world being capitalized like that within the prophecy. Basically, my point is I wouldn't be surprised if the Deltarune application was a program created by some entity and is using the soul as a link. Well, yeah, that is kind of what the theory is like, I think Deltarune is like an executable made to connect you to the world. Like, the world isn't the game, but like the game connects you to it. Such as, I'm also certain some characters will play some super important roles who we as players might even have to fight in a specific form of run. Device theory. What if Deltarune real? Yeah, pretty much, honestly. That's kind of like what I think. It's like, what if Deltarune real and you're being just connected to a different world? That's like, I guess, like what I think it is, in a way. Oh yeah, this goes. It goes. Hell yeah. It reminded me of the one SCP, the goat VR. Oh yeah. Maybe. Good lord, that's a lot. Yeah. It's about time we got one of our longer ones. Alright. If you would refresh my memory here, what is the device theory in a nutshell? The device theory is me claiming that stuff like the menus and the way the game presents its UI differently between worlds is diegetic to the lore in some ways, and that it relates to the fact that Gaster made the executable of Deltarune as a way of connecting you to the world of Deltarune, and so in essence the program is different from the world. And that it kind of relates to how we are being connected to a world that is able to make its own fiction. As in, the device is the program that connects us to Deltarune, essentially. And so the menus are the device. Or like the interface that the device has. That's like what I think it is. Like, that's like about, I think, as concise as I could probably like put it, I suppose. When I tell you I yelled, like, frick yes the UI, Lancer rules and Starwalker all existing within the UI is a super interesting point that not many people actually focus on. Is it supposed to be just a gag, or is it actually part of the lore? Due to the recurring mentions of how the game works and characters' direct interactions with it, I think it might be a bit more than just a funny haha fourth wall breaking joke. Deltarune VHS is back? I remember hearing about Deltarune VHS. What, did it like get put off the platform or something? I think with stuff like Lancer and Rolls being in the inventory, it's kind of like it's a thing in that it does have some substance to it, but characters like Lancer aren't like using that capability to like kind of... Oh, there's a new update to it. Okay, I see. To Deltarune VHS. Oh, what the fuck? The idea for Deltarune came around in like 2012 or 2011, and the first sketches for Undertale in Toby's notes came around in like 2008? Where does he say that? Huh. I need a bit of a source for that, like the Undertale's concept coming first. Damn. Oh, the art book might have said that. Okay, I see. That's interesting. I didn't know about that. But yeah, I mean, I think characters like Lancer and Rolls, that's like, you know, they kind of have that capability to like break the fourth wall, sort of, but it's done in a way where it's like they're not like making a big deal of it. Like, they're not dumb, but it's just more so they don't really see it as like a thing that's like super important. Or like something that they really want to call attention to. It's just like a thing to them. And to them it's like, you know, like whatever. Also, your points about Rouse are great, and in my opinion, correct, whatever that means. I think he's very fond of the player, not strictly Chris, while Chris doesn't really care about Rouse much. Yeah, since Rouse renamed Castletown into X-Town, X being the name of the vessel he chose, it feels to me Rouse is sort of either being an actual simp for us, only surfacely being nice to us due to an ulterior motive, or might change his opinion of us later. Molly, why are you an old dude in the corner now? That's what, my phone was starting to run pretty low on battery, so, I had to turn off the VTuber. And also, stream in-joke. Gunnar Lynch happened. Yeah, like, Deltarune was from 2011 because we know, like, Toby, like, put those files of like, shit about Deltarune from, like, way back. Glad you're not actually an old dude. The stream is such a I've been just drawing Undertale fan for like 2 hours. Thank you. I do like. I think I remember Spooky Dude saying something about how like that there's a chance that like Rouse is like being genuine, that like, you know, like maybe there's like an intention of like Rouse like kind of affection towards like either the player or Chris being meant to be like kind of like unsettling. And that, like, you know, he is trying to, like, show affection and, like, show, like, fondness for the player or Chris, but it's, like, you know, it's meant to be kind of off-putting. And, you know, like, after a certain point, it's just kind of like, hey, maybe there's something isn't right about this. So, I don't know, maybe there is something to that. But how does this all affect the current state of Junior Journey? Right, yeah, I'm glad I got several comments about, people recognizing that the MBT jump scare and the fucking sweepstakes bit. I'm sure we'll get to those comments soonish. If not in this stream, definitely in the next one, I think. Okay, there's something really important I need to say. I don't know if you mentioned this at some other point, or if you may have mentioned it in the first part. I don't remember, I'm just gathering data, but everything's mixed up. But the way Spamton splits Lightner into Lightner, and Lightner makes me believe that Toby might be throwing us for a loop. It's possible that Spamton is not obsessed with Lightners in general, but specifically the type of Lightners such as Chris who has the game-to-player connection through the soul. Now, it's very likely I might be reading into this way too much, especially since he jumbles up various words, but he's specifically interested in Chris. That is true. MBT is a Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTuber. His face appears with like the Noel scream for like 2 seconds in the sweepstakes bit. I mean, yeah, because Spamton is, like, more interested in the soul rather than, like, Lightners, necessarily. He sees the soul and he's like, oh shit, you have that. I want that. I want that power. Yeah, I could see that he wanted specifically the soul at the end of the day because, like, of the unique properties of it. Maru would get to play as Spamton from that point on. Ironically, that control that we have over Chris is exactly what Spamton does not want. I don't think he'd use it in such a manner. I think Spamton 2 is very aware of the existence of our reality, or at least is aware of the fact that he exists in some form of program or that reality is fictional. I may have gone down that path a decade ago and I'm deep in it, but I don't feel like exiting. Yeah, I can get behind that, honestly, that he's not really so interested in wanting to be a Lightner, but like more like the player or like the soul in a sense. I'm saying this more as a joke, especially since it literally just occurred to me, but imagine if the scratching noises that the person within the code was hearing were sounds created by the internal hardware process within the device's case. Be it of a desktop PC, laptop, Switch, or PlayStation. That makes sense, yeah. I like that interpretation a lot, that it's like the scratching is like a... Hello? Hello, G. I do like the interpretation that the scratching and then use could be referring to like a hard drive or something. I think that's really cool, honestly. It's like kind of fucked up, but like I can get behind that. Oh, by the way, the blue circle does not say congratulations, it says congratulations and congratulations. Rose being a younger Asriel and Chris re-experiencing that would make a good fit for Deltarune's themes. Yeah, I could see that potentially. Like a younger and kind of like slightly off Asriel. I think like Rouse and Asriel being the same person is what I don't agree with. But like I think Rouse like taking notes like from Chris's memory of Asriel is like, I suppose that makes sense, or like rather, if not that, then like Rouse being what Chris is like, what Chris like imagines what Chris like imagines Asriel to be. Yeah, like Rouse is not literally Asriel, but I think like Rouse just has like some of the Asriel DNA in there, I suppose, is a way to put it. Or like Chris's interpretation of it. Rouse is Chris's persona. I like that idea too. I'm unironically thinking he might just be Gaster's persona. Yeah, there's like no way that they're like the same person. I think Rouse is more so like a Chris's like imagination of a younger Asriel or something. Oh yeah, I like the thing with Rouse being Chris's horn headband. I feel like I almost like take that as like almost canon, but not in a way. It's weird. I wouldn't describe it as scratching, more like ticking. Yeah, that too. Game within a game, and bam, suddenly that little lore blurb at the very beginning of the game where it stated that Asriel and Chris were the ones who created Undertale. That might be a bit of a reach. That like that they created Undertale. I mean, Asriel definitely made like the fucking edgy like Sona that like, you know, we fight at the end, the true pacifist in chapter 2, but like whether they created specifically Undertale, I think that's like, you know, that's a whole other thing. But I do understand what you're getting at with this though. I kinda fuck with the vision there. Comment against the algorithm. We hate algorithms here. Evil comments. Comments straight out of hell. I don't know, I just think it's for Toby specifically to name Rouse after a character his brother made based off of him years ago. That makes sense. It is weird. Cement. Juicy video, thank you. Thank you. Let's hope this theory doesn't become divisive. I hope so too. But who knows? It's about midnight now. It generally makes me a little annoyed when people spin the idea that Chris dislikes, or at the very least isn't at all fond of Rouse in any way. Yeah, I could get the frustration there. Because I don't think Chris hates Rouse. I think Chris just kind of doesn't really have much of an opinion on him, because, like, you know... I mean, yeah, that's the thing, too. Is, like, I don't know if Rouse is necessarily, like, Chris's vision of Asriel, but more so, like, kind of like a spontaneous, like, fucking thing that happened when creating that dark world, and, like, maybe Chris didn't actually think Rouse would be a thing. Yeah, wouldn't he hurt if, like, Chris disliked a character outright? I don't know, I think... I love when it's Molly Night, and I look up at the Molly Sky, and I see the Molly Stars. Molly Night Theory? I think I'll read this, and this will be our last one, probably. On this talk of secrets and hidden rumors and etc., during the release of Chapter 1, Toby made it clear that he didn't like the releasing in chapters format, and that he would probably release the game in full, or bigger parts from that point on. But it's really interesting to see how he adapted it to make so much use out of the chapter format in Chapter 2 especially, and that's probably why he's so much more okay with it now. You can't access every file of a game and discover everything there is about it if you don't have everything yet. And releasing it this way gives more room for people to theorize and find stuff on their own. I do agree with that, yeah. I think ultimately the chapter thing kind of, like, helped with, like, keeping the discussion going and, like, kind of dealing with spoilers more effectively, because it's like, the game isn't done yet. What is there to spoil? And I think, you know, it's like, on one hand, it's like, you know, I kind of wish the game was already done by now. I'm sure Toby also wishes for that, but it's like, but it's like, you know, at the end of the day, I really like the amount of discussion there is around it, and just, like, seeing, like, the wild places that people have been going with, like, how they think the game will turn out. It's really interesting to see. I think deltarune would definitely be about glitch hunting, finding secrets and weird stuff. The secret bosses and voicing the code would always be a way to do that. We're always a way to do that, with the weird about taking it to a new level. And releasing it in chapter was a perfect way of using this to the fullest, even if it isn't ideal story-wise and might be annoying as a game developer. Yeah, I think ultimately, like, with like the way that the chapters were done and being kind of released in like installments, I like the period between chapter 2 and 3. It is a weirdly cozy time, because it's like, you know, it's like we know some stuff, but there's still like anything could happen. So it's like, it's, I think it's like, you know, it's you're able to think about so much with it. Hang on, I got a DM for Moist. I'll just say it in stream, Melissa, the DM you sent me. I think you could say that if you want to. I'm going to probably mention it later anyway at the end of the stream, so feel free. Which like we are approaching like sort of the near anyway, so like the near end. So yeah. I will say though, I think that's our last comment for the night, but I'm still gonna be talking in the chat for a little bit before I wrap up. It's midnight and I can feel the wooziness kind of kicking in. But yeah. How are we doing now? This is the only stream I've ever sat through from start to finish. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I did notice you stuck through the whole thing, so thank you very much. But yeah, I think it's a nice note to end on, to kind of talk about the chapters and where it is currently, because like, you know, it's like when you think about it, I mean, I guess I even see this on a smaller scale with the device theory, where it's like, Voice, that's an awesome prompt. That's actually fucking sick. But like, yeah, I think it's a nice note to end on for this stream, at least, because I do think a lot about it. Like, even on a smaller scale, I'm sad I missed the stream. You still got the VOD. You're good. You'll still see like I still intend to do more streams for this for sure, because we still got quite a bit to go through. I mean, look at all this. It'll be a while before I get to the more recent ones, especially. So, is there a Molly sprite sheet? Spammed in Slapper. If you mean a ref sheet, it is on my NeoCities. It is on the About Me page. I'm gonna get to that in a moment, actually, but I hope you guys are ready for when the next deltarune drop occurs and the community landscape changes overnight. It's gonna be so fucking weird. It's gonna be so weird to think about, because like, I mean, even just chapter 3 coming out is just gonna like probably change so many things. What do you think the deal with Gerson and deltarune is? I think he might be like thematically important, maybe. I think he might be like thematically relevant, with him being like, you know, having passed away and being like, you know, having made so much fiction and like having written so much. I think it's going to culminate in something, maybe. Yeah, he's dead, but like, I think he kind of represents like, you know, like how even in death, the impact of your work kind of like still like stays. And I guess that kind of might manifest in like, even in death, it's like, you know, maybe the impact of some of his work kind of like manifests in the Dark Worlds in a way. I'm drawing you as an old dude in the corner. Hell yeah. Death of the author is so swag. Dies. The booms are definitely gotta be something. Maybe not the night, but something. I do agree. I think I mean, Birdie does mention a Miss Boom, so I think we'll probably see Miss Boom at least. But yeah. I think, the author, I hope he does. Thank you, Moist. I think there's gonna be more events later, but potentially like the Spamton sweepstakes. I mean, if not like before chapters 2 through 5, then certainly after. This is such like a huge fucking world that Toby's been building, honestly, with just Hometown by itself, that it's like, I think there's so much still to cover. And I think even like if next year, if we still do not get the next chapters next year, which I mean, wouldn't surprise me, honestly. They're still working on chapter 3. It's almost done, guys. I think, I mean, I think if, like, maybe next year we'll get something, like, a bit more, like, substantial. I could get behind Toby, like, deciding to not do anything this year because, like, he's been doing the newsletter and working on chapter 3 tirelessly, which has probably gone through, like, a little bit of development hell. So yeah, it's been almost done for a year. But I mean, I am hoping soon that my bet, honestly, I bet next newsletter is still not going to be done. I fucking bet. Like in December of this year, we're gonna get another newsletter. It's gonna be like, does I get just a few things? There's a few things left to work on in chapter 3, but it's almost done. I feel like maybe something could happen on October 31st. That's how I feel. I don't get the vibe it's been development hell. Well, yeah, I don't think it's like development hell, but it's like just new territory, I think, for Toby. Yeah, I think it's just like slower than usual because of like chapter 3 being more gameplay focused, but like, you know, compared to like the other chapters. But I think like, I don't think it's like, you know, in hell outright. It's just kind of like, you know, it's taking a bit. It's in the back burner more so. Yeah, they are working on all 3 chapters simultaneously, but the thing is, like, I imagine they are mainly focusing on chapter 3. Like, yeah, it's like just development more so, but it's just kind of like been slower than usual slightly. We've also stopped getting progress updates on chapters 4 and 5. Then again, we never really got a progress update on chapter 5 at all, have we? Chapter 4 a little bit, but like we don't know anything about chapter 5. Anything. We'd have nothing on it. Yeah, I think chapter 5 probably is like the most behind personally. Ridiculous how many people get mad about no progress updates. Okay, I'm done drawing you? Oh shit. Okay, I think I'll put it on here for now. No, here. I still find it silly how people got upset about this fall's newsletter being small, despite Toby saying it would be small. I don't know what it is, yeah, like, I feel like Toby is, like, weirdly... I feel like people keep thinking that when Toby says something like that, that it's like, oh, but maybe it's actually something big. But no, it's just nothing too big, because there's nothing too big to it. It's just the copium, I guess, I don't know. People are just really excited for the next chapters, so it's like, you know, they look at any, like, communication from Toby and they try to think that he's, like... I don't know why they think he's, like, a troll. Or, like, that, like, I don't know, that he's trying to, like, fucking bait people. If anything, he's just the kind of person that waits until, like, it's absolutely done. And even then, he doesn't say anything before that point, so why would he, like, make up some shit? Yeah, the chapter 1 stream was, like, for some reason. if I recall. Like, it was just, oh, it's for some reason. But he never really specified why. I mean, we did figure out at the end that it was just a way to kind of announce Chapter 2. But, you know. I have no idea where anyone got Toby being a troll from. I don't know, maybe thank FNAF for that. There we go. People confuse Scott with Toby. Yeah, again, thank FNAF for that. I don't know. What will be the secret boss of Adventure No 3? Yeah, I think that'll be all for now. I'm gonna adjust everything a little more again. Yeah, I'll be talking to chat a little bit more, though. I think the next stream is going to probably be maybe next Friday. If not, then the Friday after. Molly, enough of the old dude's gonna come to my nightmares. I don't need to do anything for David Lynch to communicate to you in your nightmares, dude. He just does that. I think he's just that strong. Molly, do you have a game recommendation? Voices of the Void currently. I've been playing the shit out of that. I like that game a lot. It's like Signal Simulator, but more spooky. And Maxwell is in it, so if that helps. If nothing else, we got Goner Lynch from the stream. Yeah, this was a historic stream, honestly. Fucking Goner Lynch, Christ. But yeah, this is a great time. I'm glad I could come. Thank you, Bootleg. I think the next stream is probably going to be next Friday. I'm thinking there's a very low pressure streams. I didn't make it super far in these comments, but I don't mind. I'll have to take a screenshot real quick of where I was. Okay. This was really fun. I stayed for like 4 hours, yeah. I was thinking of trying to stay... Oh, then again, we were pretty close to 5 hours, honestly. But wait, what are the Molly fans called? I was thinking just calling them stars, honestly. That's like, I think the best I could think of. I mean, that's at least what they're called in the server. Oh yeah, actually, shit, hang on. Now that we're at the end of the stream. Next stream is gonna probably, like, be on next Friday. Roughly same time. But now that we're at the end of the stream, I should say, a lot of things have happened since Part 2's release. I've been mainly working on, lately captions, and also, you know, working on stream stuff, but one of the things I worked on while, you know, taking a little break was I recently opened a Discord server. It's been pretty chill in there, and yes, yeah, so far I have captions for the Patreon video. Like if I go... I have to go to YouTube Studio, I think, or... No, not really. I could just go in here, but... Yeah, but as you can see, there's captions for this video now, the whole thing. And I have been working on captions for Part 1 of the device theory. I've been kind of chipping away at them. Would you ever want help with making captions? I might be open to it in the future. It depends if it, like, just... You know, it depends if I, like, have a lot of difficulties with, like, getting around to it. But, oh, man, I gotta talk about the fucking... The teaser video I did for Part 2, but that's gonna be next stream, I think. I noticed there's a Discord server announcement, but it was too shy to join. Feel free to if you want, there's no pressure, though. I fear public Discord servers, that's fair. I'm not super active in a lot of servers because of that, but from what I could tell, mine's been pretty chill. Yeah. I mean, so far though, I think if there's anyone mean in my server though, I make sure to deal with it quick. I've been on Discord long enough to where it's like, you know, I don't really have a lot of patience for people who are like really mean to others and shit. Old Goose Boost Discord flashbacks. I wasn't even in that server. I just remember Goose Boost like talked so much shit about the shit that happened in that server, like on his Twitter. I need to watch his stream. I need to watch Wayne's stream too. I know he was like continuing the subathon, but yeah, if you want to join it, feel free. I think it's also one of the links now in. I wish. Why did they get rid of the thing where, like, you know, in this corner there would be like a bunch of icons and stuff? That's so dumb. But yeah, the Discord server's in here. I plan to update my nicies soon. Mostly just kind of maybe adjusting the layout and getting a couple of maybe adding a couple of new pages. You know, Twitter is there. I actually have a couple new accounts I want to get to making. There's I made a Blue Sky account recently because a friend of mine, I think January, actually gave me a code finally for Blue Sky, so I have that. I gotta start posting there a bit more. I want to make an account on another site as well. That's another thing I've been thinking of. So those will probably be added to this list of links soon, and to the NeoCities as well. But Blue Sky is it's a Twitter alternative that currently you can only really get to by through like invite links, because I guess it's a kind of in beta still. It takes so much motivation. It does take a bit to make a NeoCities, but I guess it's like, you know, once I know like how HTML works, it's not like too bad, honestly. I just want to get like a maybe like tweak the layout for my site a bit more and add a couple new pages. But currently captions have been kind of the priority. I want to get part 1's captions done and then part 2's. Actually, it's X. Every time I see people mention X, and like how that's like the new name of it, I think of that fucking tweet I retweeted a while ago. It was some joke about like Elon Musk dead names his daughter. We will be dead naming the platform, and that phrase has been stuck in my fucking mind this whole time. I think that's my motto now. X just doesn't sound like. It doesn't sound like a site that it doesn't sound like a site that people under the age of 18 should go to. You know what I mean? I mean, they shouldn't, honestly. It fucking sucks there anyway, but like, come on. Like, it's such a... Especially when you see the reason why he's so insistent on that fucking name. It's like, come on, it's so petty. But, hey, it is what it is. Billionaires will be billionaires. Yeah, he tried to rename PayPal to that, which is like, come on. I'm only on Blue Sky and Tumblr. Yeah, I'm only using Twitter mainly for like occasionally a shitpost, but honestly, it's more so for announcements. It's more so for like just for shit like that, because I would rather use X. I'm only really using Twitter for like announcements mainly, and like all the real rambling and shit is like on other places. So like I don't take it seriously. I never social medias. That's good. I feel like it's like with the state of it currently, it's like that's completely fair. You just joined. That's all right. There will be more. I plan to like stream again either next Friday or the Friday after, so roughly around the same time. Dude, we've been obsessed with this letter for like 20 years. Yeah, God. But yeah, thank you all for joining the stream. I think it's kind of it was like a little bit scattered, but I don't mind considering it's the first one I've done in a while. Maybe I could do like if I'm able to... Well, I know what I could do actually, hang on. Let's see if there's... Going on? Yeah, I was just checking Discord real quick if there was anything worth showing. There is one thing I could show, but before we... There's one thing in the art channel that was a Molly stream reference apparently. Hang on. Bam. But yeah, thank you all for joining the stream. This one was a little bit scattered, a little bit kind of like, you know, all over the place. Really good art, by the way. I love it. Catboy Gaster from Discord user Jay is drawing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, next stream will probably be like next Friday. I'm thinking, or the Friday after. This one was a little bit scattered, but I ultimately like how chill it was. It was kind of what I was going for, just something like more low pressure. And it'll be a bit before we really get through all of them, but I'm hoping to... Even if we don't, I do have some ideas, because it is going to be October soon, and I don't know, maybe I should think of something to do for the occasion, just maybe. But who knows? Still wish I could have prompted more discussions. It's fun to get another thoughts on these things. Well, hey, there's plenty of opportunities in the future, so you're good. I think, yeah, there's gonna be at least like a second and third stream at least. There might be more even, so who knows. There's no pressure here, so thank you all for joining whenever you could. Feel free to leave more comments on part 2 if you like want to add something that I'll eventually get to. I hope to get through all of them, more or less, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you all for joining the stream. Feeling a little woozy, so I'd say that's good enough for now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you all for enjoying part 2 and just, you know, for the rollout of it in general, because it was by far like... Oh yeah, I forgot to say, don't expect any like straight up ARG shit probably for the end of these streams. I mostly had ARG shit at the end of the streams in part 1 because no one found the part 1 secret at the time, and I was kind of like, what the fuck? Like, kind of like hint at it a bit, so... People found part 2 secret really quick, actually, so, it's all good there, but... I don't know, maybe I'll have a little something. But, yeah, there was a secret in part 1 as well that, like, took forever for people to find. People did find it eventually. There is a channel... I mean, part of the reason I made the Discord server is actually, oh, new fan art in the server? Oh! Oh, that's so good. I love that. Hang on. Hang on, let me show it real quick. Bam. From Discord user Summer Snow. That's really good, thank you. I love this so much, oh my god. Awesome. I think I'll leave it on this, but yeah. Yeah, part 2 was insane to work on. I'm not really sure how I got it out when I did, but I'm really glad that people enjoyed it, and I'm really thankful for people tuning into this stream as well. Thank you all again for the fan art and for the support and everything. I'm a little woozy, so it's hard to like make sense of all my words and my thoughts, but thank you, thank you, thank you. There'll be more streams soon, I'm hoping, and we're gonna see how we do after like a couple more. But I think for now I think for now this is good enough. You know, we got through the corrections, we got through generally how it's been since part 2's release, and yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll see y'all soon. We only got 2 bots this time around. Hell yeah. Yeah. Hopefully next Friday there'll be another. We'll see, but thank you all for tuning in and chilling, and I'm really glad that like this could be like, you know, what I wanted it to be, with like just a really low pressure stream in general. So I'm hoping to kind of keep that vibe up going forward. And who knows, if we get through all the comments, I might have something else in mind, so we'll see. Thank you. Love you all, and I'll see you all soon. Thank you all for the stream and for the support and shit. It really means a lot. And for the few super chats I got too, I really appreciate it. Thank you. So I'll see you all soon. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. See you later. See you later. Love you all. Take care. And I'll catch you later. Bye-bye.